stylized lilies curving around it. "These fireplaces are worth a bit these days," said Gordon. "Everybody ripped them out when they put in central heating, so they're getting quite rare. Burglars don't take stereos and televisions anymore. They dismantle your Victorian staircases and tear out your period fireplaces. Sign of the times, I used to hate these fireplaces when I was a kid. They remind me of my granny, and toast and dripping, because that's all she could afford to feed me." They were just about to leave when they heard a high, shuddering sigh. Stanley stared at Gordon in alarm, his wet neck tingling. "What was that?" he whispered. "Did you hear that?" "Yes, I don't know," said Gordon. "It sounded like it came from the bed." Angie, from the landing, pleaded, "Can't we go now? Please, this is horrible." "Just a minute," Stanley begged her. He circled around the end of the bed and frowned at the filthy, ragged blankets that were heaped up on it. "Is anybody there?" he asked, as sharply as he dared. "It looks like nothing but a heap of bedding to me," Gordon remarked. Stanley leaned closer. "You want to lift some of it up and find out?" "No. Do you?" "No, me neither." They waited and listened while the rain continued to patter against the carpet and water continued to drip down the walls. For no logical reason, Stanley began to feel an immense sense of fear, a sense of fear unequaled to anything he had ever experienced. It was even worse than that light airplane tour of the Napa Valley wine country that Eve had given him 3 years ago for a birthday present. He hated to fly at the best of times, but the Cessna's engine had cut out just as they were climbing towards Lake Berryessa, and the mountains had relentlessly swollen larger and larger like a panful of milk boiling over, and he had bent his head forward and squeezed his eyes tight shut and prayed that dying wouldn't hurt too much. Now he felt a sensation that was deeper and more gut-wrenching than anything he had ever known, as if his actual soul were being swayed from side to side, as if the world he walked on wasn't safe. "We shall cut a swathe," the voice whispered in his ear. "It could be your past. It could be your future." In his dream, the girl's handcart had been heaped up with old rags, just like these rags that were heaped on the bed, filthy, soft, and swaying. "Their bodies," he thought, and froze rigid. "Stan?" queried Gordon. "Stanley?" "Their bodies," he repeated, although he wasn't sure that he had spoken out loud. "Stanley, what's the matter?" "On the bed, their bodies." He swiveled his head around slowly and looked towards Angie, standing in the doorway. For a split, shuddering second, he could have believed that Angie was blindfolded. But then she opened her eyes and she was staring at him in terror. Her mouth opened and closed, and the words reached him through the rain, like somebody talking on a radio through thick electric static. "Stanley, I'm scared, Stanley. I want to go now. Please, Stanley, please." He turned back to Gordon, and Gordon was reaching his hand out towards the heap of rags, and so much fear collided in his mind that he couldn't even find the air in his lungs to shout out, "Don't!" All he could think of was the girl pushing the handcart up that muddy road, and the bodies nodding as she pushed them, nod, 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 in the obscene helplessness of death, almost as if they were taunting him because they were nothing but meat now, and their movements were controlled not by muscle and not by consciousness, but by inertia and by gravity. "Don't," he said, and this time he heard his own voice, clear and quiet. Gordon had already lifted one of the blankets. "They're blankets," he said, although the look on his face made it clear that he understood what Stanley had been thinking. "Stanley, they're blankets." He stripped them off the bed one by one. They were rancid and heavily stained and clotted with rainwater, but they were only blankets, after all. Stanley wiped rain from his forehead with the back of his hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize." "What else did you see in that dream?" Gordon asked him. Stanley lowered his head. He felt unexpectedly emotional. "Dead people," he said. "Like the plague, you know? When they came around to collect dead bodies on handcarts. Or like the Holocaust, maybe. Belsen or Auschwitz. I've seen it 2 or 3 times since then. A girl, a young woman, pushing a handcart heaped up with bodies." Gordon smeared rain from his face with his hand. Stanley had never seen him look so serious. At least he was convinced that Stanley wasn't traumatized or mad. How could he not be convinced in a house full of blindfolded faces, a house where it rained indoors? "I think before we go any further, we'd better find somebody who understands this kind of thing," Gordon said. "I'm a counsellor, not an exorcist." "Maybe a priest might know," Stanley suggested. "I don't know. Either a priest or a meteorologist." Gordon dropped the blanket he was holding, and they turned to leave. "Are we going?" asked Angie, in shivering relief. They had almost reached the door when they heard a scratching, tumbling noise in the fireplace. Stanley hesitated and frowned at it. "Did you hear that?" "Sounded like a starling falling down the chimney. They do that sometimes." They stood in the chilly, persistent rain, listening. Another scratch, and then a quick, furtive, dragging sound, and a sharp pitter-patter that sounded like a dog's claws on parquet flooring. "There's definitely something there," said Stanley. "If it isn't a bird, then it's probably a rat," Gordon told him. "I wouldn't go too close. They're infected with just about every disgusting disease you can think of, and a few more you wouldn't even want to think of." But Stanley shielded his eyes against the rain and peered intently at the small, arched Edwardian fireplace, and he could see brownish soot showering softly down inside it, into the narrow, rusted grate, and hear scratching and scuffling and whispering. He was sure of it. Somebody was whispering. "Hello?" he called unsteadily. Gordon said, "For goodness sake, Stanley, there can't be anybody stuck in the chimney. It simply isn't big enough. You're saying hello to a rat." "Gordon, I can hear whispering." Gordon listened. "It's the rain, that's all." "Can we please go now?" Angie called, even more plaintively than before. "It's absolutely brass monkeys in here." Gordon ignored her and knelt down in front of the fireplace. He listened again, and this time he nodded. "I'm sorry, Stanley. You're right. I can hear somebody whispering. Maybe it's somebody in the house next door, or somebody's radio." "Can you hear what they're saying?" asked Stanley. Gordon shook his head. "Sounds like they're laughing or growling. I don't know. It's very odd." Stanley said, "It's almost 3:30. Maybe we'd better leave. It doesn't look like we're going to find Knitted Hood." "Just a minute," said Gordon, angling his head so that he could see up the chimney. "There's something here. An opening." Cautiously, he reached his hand into the fireplace and felt up inside the canopy. "There's an opening here, definitely. I can feel the draft coming through. It feels as if somebody's knocked the bricks out of the back of the flue." He withdrew his hand and looked up the chimney again. "Damn soot keeps dropping in my eyes. I'm going to look like Al Jolson after this." He stared up into the darkness for almost a minute. Stanley, with his hand resting on the rain-spotted tiles of the mantel, began to feel impatient. Outside on the landing, Angie was pacing nervously and irritably backwards and forwards, and letting out louder and louder sighs of annoyance. Stanley was about to suggest that they call it a night when, without any warning at all, Gordon jerked away from the fireplace and fell back against the bed, knocking his shoulder against the iron upright. "What?" Stanley demanded. "What?" Gordon looked up at him in astonishment. "There's a boy in there." "A what? What are you talking about?" "There's a boy up the chimney. I saw his face." "For God's sake, Gordon, how can there be a boy up the chimney? How the hell should I know? I was trying to make out where that opening was, and all of a sudden I saw this white round face with black eyes and this sort of bristly hair, and it was staring right back at me." Stanley swallowed dryly. He dropped down onto one knee himself and slightly lowered his head and looked up inside the chimney canopy. "I don't see anything." "I saw him, I swear it." Stanley waited for a moment and then called, "Hey, up in the chimney! Anybody there?" A flurry of scratching, another soft shower of soot, but no reply. Gordon came closer. "Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Are you stuck up there?" Still nothing, so Gordon said, "We're friends. We can help you. If you're stuck, we can call the fire brigade. Are you stuck up there, or did you just climb up there?" A short, harsh noise, but still no reply. Stanley called, "Why don't you tell us your name? Did you come here alone, or did you have friends with you? You won't get into any trouble, I promise. But if you're stuck, we sure can't leave you up there, can we?" Angie came into the room, her collar turned up against the rain. She hunkered down close behind Stanley and laid her hand on his shoulder. "Who are you talking to?" she wanted to know. "Gordon says he saw a boy up the chimney." "You what?" "Gordon says that when he looked up the chimney, he saw a boy's face, white, with bristly hair." "Perhaps it's a reflection. But if it's got bristly hair, perhaps it's an old sweeps brush, huh?" "There's a boy there," Gordon insisted. "I saw his face quite clearly. He ain't answering back, though, is he?" "Maybe he's in shock," said Stanley. "Maybe his chest is wedged so tightly in the chimney that he can't draw enough breath to speak." "He doesn't sound as if he's tightly wedged. He sounds as though he's almost, I don't know, running around up there." "Maybe the opening goes through from the chimney into another room, and he's just poking his head out." Gordon shuffled himself right up against the fireplace. "Boy," he called. "Hey, you up there, boy! We're going to call the fire brigade, do you understand me? We're going to call the fire brigade and get you out." There was a moment's pause, and then Gordon suddenly said, "There, he's looking at me. I can see his face. Hey, you up there! Can you nod or blink? How about 1 blink for yes, 2 for no?" "Let me take a look," said Stanley, and crouched down beside Gordon's left shoulder. He couldn't see anything at first. The inside of the chimney was so dark compared with the dim orange light in the bedroom. But then gradually he distinguished a pale round face with dark and rather protuberant eyes and short bristling hair. The face was looking at him from just above the breast of the flue. Looking at him without any expression at all, so that Stanley couldn't even be certain that the boy could see him. Maybe it just appeared that he was looking at him. Maybe he was blind. Maybe, and this was the most chilling thought of all, maybe he was dead. Maybe he was wedged tight upside down in this chimney, within 4 feet of the open fireplace, and that's where he had suffocated or starved. A lonely, agonizing, long-drawn-out death. He had heard of Victorian boy chimney sweeps dying that way. Maybe it had happened by accident to this boy, too. Yet, if he were dead, Who had been doing all that scratching and shuffling? Rats, maybe, gnawing his flesh. Or crows. Crows picked at dead flesh, too. Stanley glanced back at Gordon. Do you think he's still alive? I don't know, Gordon replied. He could be comatose from lack of oxygen. I think we ought to call an ambulance, said Angie. And the fire brigade. And the old Bill. Yes, you're right, we ought to, Gordon agreed. Perhaps I should try to reach him. I should be able to feel if he's breathing or not, or if he's still warm. Well, for God's sake, be careful, Stanley cautioned him. Gordon sat in the tiled hearth, tailor fashion, with his legs crossed, and tugged up the sleeve of his coat. Then he rested his cheek against the curved iron canopy over the hearth and reached as far up the chimney as he could. Can you reach him? Asked Stanley. Not quite yet. He's just... He shuffled himself a little closer to the hearth and grimaced as he reached even further up the flue. You should be able to feel his breath on your fingers, said Angie. That's if he's breathing. I can't feel anything, Gordon winced. Not so far, anyway. Oh, God, he's dead, said Stanley. Although another voice said, Serve him right, the stupid, dumb bastard kid. Serve him right if he suffered and choked. I hope he panicked. I hope he cried. I hope he understood what death was going to be before he died. He saw Angie looking at him suspiciously. Her face rain-streaked, her mascara smudged, her hair bedraggled. Not bright, but child-pretty and sharp as a knife. Far too knowing and erotic for a girl of 19. He suddenly realized how insanely he was smiling, and tried to reassure her by smiling more naturally. It didn't seem to work. He seemed to have lost control of his face. All he could think about was the way, in his dream, that she had played his Vuillaume violin. Her bitten fingernails skipped dancing up and down the fingerboard. All he could think about was the curves of her naked bottom and his own ejaculation. It was like watching a pornographic video set to the most exquisite soundtrack. I can feel him, said Gordon. I can feel his forehead. He feels cold. I can't feel any breathing. That's it. He's dead, Stanley heard himself saying. Gordon said, Hold on, wait. I thought his eyelashes flickered. Perhaps he's... Ah! Gordon screamed, his voice so high-pitched and penetrating that Stanley's brain didn't register at first that his ears had heard anything at all, only that the air in the room had been somehow condensed into an expression of concentrated pain. Ah! My hand! Oh, Christ, my hand! Stanley threw himself down on his knees beside him and gripped the shoulder of his coat. Gordon! Gordon! Gordon stared at him wildly, his face emptied of colour. He blurted out something, but it sounded like a foreign language, the dialect of unremitting agony. What? Stanley demanded. What's happened? For God's sake, Gordon, what's happened? My hat! Gordon began. But his survival instinct must have decided that rescuing himself from further pain was far more important than talking, because he twisted his head away, his teeth gritted, the tendons in his neck as tight as violin strings, and wrenched his arm downwards, out of the chimney, in a shower of soot and a bursting splatter of rusty-coloured blood. But something else flopped heavily out of the chimney, into the hearth, and thrashed furiously from side to side on the end of Gordon's bloodied arm. Angie screamed and tripped backwards against the wall. Stanley grabbed the end of the bed and pulled himself onto his feet, terrified, incredulous, his mind exploding like a fission bomb. This cannot be, this simply cannot be, and yet it must be because I'm here now watching it, and it's jerking and tussling around in front of me. Clinging ferociously to Gordon's hand was a boy's head. A white-faced, bristly-haired boy's head with protuberant eyes and a snubbish nose. His teeth were sunk deeply into the meaty flesh just above Gordon's thumb, and already Gordon's thumb was waggling dangerously sideways as if the boy's teeth were 1/8 of an inch away from ripping it off altogether. Gordon's hand was smothered in blood, and the boy's face looked as if it had been toothbrush sprayed in carmine red. But it wasn't the blood or the savagery of the boy's attack that caused Stanley to stumble away so quickly. It was the boy himself. He had the head of a boy, but the short, brutish body of a dog. He looked like a pit bull with a human head, 4 paws, a deep-barreled chest, brindled fur, and a tail. And although his face was handsome in a bulgy-eyed Donald Sutherland kind of way, his teeth were curved and bloody, and he snapped and snarled with all the ferocity of a dog. Gordon heaved himself sideways, hitting the boy-dog loudly and wetly against the floor. He was screaming all the time, out of rage, out of pain, but mostly out of absolute terror. Angie screamed too, and the rain lashed down from the ceiling, and for a moment Stanley didn't know whether he was in London or in hell. What brought him back to stark reality was the sight of the boy-dog's teeth tearing the rumpled skin from the back of Gordon's hand, and then, with a sharp, cracking sound, the raw scarlet flesh of the lumbrical muscles, the palmar muscles, and even the interosseous muscles between the finger bones. It was like watching a bloody glove being wrenched off, because then the arteries fountained, the deep palmar arch, and the princeps pollicis, which feeds the thumb. Angie shrieked, "Stanley!" Stanley didn't really know what to do, but he dragged one of the sodden blankets from the bed, swung it around like Dracula's cloak, and hurled it over the boy-dog's back. It landed with a thick, felty slap. The boy-dog snarled and whiplashed, but Stanley took hold of its body and tried to heft it away from Gordon's hand. He could scarcely hold it. It was solid, bunched-up muscle from head to toe, writhing and fighting and wriggling. He couldn't believe how much it weighed. Its claws lashed his knuckles, then his wrists. He gripped it as tightly as he could, but then the blanket slipped away from its head, and it twisted around and snarled at him, and, God Almighty, it was the face of a boy! And his fingers locked, and he let it drop to the floor. It retreated across the bedroom floor, growling softly, with the bloody rags that it had torn from Gordon's hand dripping from its mouth. Rusty red splashes, instantly diluted with rainwater. Stanley gave Gordon one quick, sickened sideways glance. Gordon was lying on his side, too shocked to whimper, his right hand reduced to red-stripped bones, his left thumb pressed onto his wrist to stop the blood pumping straight out of his ulnar artery all over the floor. He looked as if he had borrowed his eyes from Peter Falk. Black, glassy, not quite focusing. Angie said, in an off-key voice, "It's not real, is it?" "I don't know," Stanley replied, picking up the wet, heavy blanket and holding it up in front of the pit bull boy like a cautious matador. "Maybe we're dreaming, maybe we're not. Do you think you could make it to the door? Call an ambulance?" "God, I'll try," Angie told him. "Gordon," asked Stanley, "Gordon, are you okay?" Gordon stared back at him, desperate to speak, but shuddering too violently to say anything coherent. The boy-dog gagged down the rest of the flesh that he had torn from Gordon's hand with 2 sickening twists of his neck. As he chewed it, he watched Stanley with bulbous, suspicious eyes. Stanley lifted the blanket and shook it, trying to be threatening. The boy-dog took 2 or 3 paces back, his claws clicking on the floor, but he didn't look frightened. He was obviously more interested in finishing his meal than in attacking Stanley's blanket. Shakily, Stanley challenged him. "What are you, Are you a boy, or a dog, or what?" The boy dog watched him and continually licked his lips and said nothing. "Am I dreaming about you?" Stanley asked him. "Are you a dream? Come on, let's have some honesty here. Dogs with boys' heads? No such creature. And next thing a talk." The boy dog swallowed and snarled a blood-bubbly snarl. "Angie?" asked Stanley without turning around. "Did you call that ambulance yet?" "Stanley," Angie called him, not loudly, a shade above a stage whisper. The rain still sifted down between them. Stanley flicked his eyes sideways once, twice, and then he saw what was worrying her. 2 more boy dogs were standing in the doorway, blocking Angie's escape. 1 white and 1 greasy brown, with human heads, their tails slapping noisily against their haunches. A boy who looked almost angelic, with bright blue eyes, and a darker boy, with freckles and a mad, serious look, as if he could happily tear out Angie's throat. "Stanley," moaned Angie. "Stanley." Stanley backed away from the fireplace, still holding up the blanket, with the intention of circling around Angie and protecting her from the 2 boy dogs in the doorway. But as soon as he took 1 step back, the boy dog by the hearth took 2 or 3 steps towards Gordon. "Stanley, for Christ's sake," Gordon croaked, his hand all bones and blood. "Stanley, he's going to kill me." The boy dog snarled and barked, although it sounded more like a sharp, high-pitched human shout than a dog barking. The other 2 boy dogs growled too, and came into the rain-drenched room with their teeth bared and their eyes bulging. Strings of saliva swung from their chins, and the boy dog with the bright blue eyes began to foam around the mouth. Their claws chipped at the linoleum flooring. Angie retreated until she and Stanley were standing back to back. She reached behind her and clung on to Stanley's rain-soaked coat. "Stanley, I'm so bloody scared. Is it a dream, Stanley? Can't you wake me up?" "Just take it easy," Stanley told her. He could feel her shivering. "So long as we don't make any sudden moves, upset them or anything." "Upset them? Bloody hell, Stanley, they want to kill us, that's all." Stanley was numb with cold and soaking wet, and his arms were already aching from holding up the heavy wet blanket for so long. The boy dogs edged closer still, never taking their eyes off them. It occurred to Stanley in a detached way that Angie was right, and the boy dogs were quite determined to tear them to pieces, and that there was no hope at all of any of them leaving Tennyson alive. Chapter 5. Braided Whip. The 2 boy dogs stretched back their lips and bared their teeth, and started to advance on them with quick little steps, their tails stiffened and their ears flat back against the sides of their heads. Angie gasped and gripped Stanley even more tightly. On the floor, weak from shock and loss of blood, Gordon abruptly dropped back and lay helplessly panting, while the first boy dog ventured close enough to sniff at his shoe. Stanley was sure now that the boy dogs couldn't be reasoned with. They might have human heads, but they were totally animalistic and blindly ferocious. All the same, it was difficult to look down at the freckled face of the boy who was sniffing at Gordon's ankle and not believe that he was capable of human speech, or at least of human thought. All the time that he was stalking Gordon, his eyes remained fixed on Stanley, as if he were daring Stanley to stop him. "Go on, then. Stop me. Try to stop me. You don't dare, do you, Stanley? You just don't dare." Stanley leaned his head back towards Angie. Out of the corner of his mouth, he murmured, "It's no use staying here. We won't stand a chance. We're going to have to try to rush our way out. If we wrap this blanket around ourselves, it should stop them from biting at our legs." "What about Gordon?" asked Angie, her teeth chattering. "I don't know. Gordon?" Gordon opened his eyes, but his face was grey, and he didn't seem to have heard. "Gordon, it's Stanley. Gordon? Can you hear me?" The boy dogs hesitated and listened. "Supposing they can't speak, but can understand what we're saying." "Gordon, we have to get out of here." Gordon coughed and slowly lolled his head from side to side. "Can't be done, dear. Can't even feel my feet." "Gordon, if you stay here, they're going to tear you apart." Gordon half smiled and coughed again. The rain was falling directly into his face. "Jeremy always said I looked like a dog's dinner." "Gordon!" Angie screamed. "Gordon, you've got to!" Her scream instantly triggered off one of the boy dogs, who leapt at her, caught his teeth in her sleeve, and swung from her arm, snarling and scrabbling his legs. Stanley twisted around and grabbed hold of the boy dog in his blanket and tore it off Angie. For a second, he thought that he had managed to get a grip on its throat, but it lashed so wildly from side to side that he had to drop it back onto the floor. Angie was gasping and shaking and sobbing. "Oh, Stanley, I've wet myself. Oh, God, Stanley, what are we going to do?" The boy dogs didn't hesitate. Now that their blood was roused, they came snapping back at Stanley's and Angie's ankles. The fair-haired creature ripped at Stanley's trouser leg and snagged the skin of his calf. He felt blood stream down his leg. Swearing, he kicked the boy dog away, but it rolled over and came snarling back at him, its blue eyes swollen with fury. Angie screamed again. The other boy dog had jumped on her shoulders and was trying to bite at the back of her neck. Stanley kicked the fair-haired boy dog away a second time and punched the boy dog on Angie's shoulders in the side of the head. It yipped and clawed at him, but he punched it again, straight between the eyes, and it dropped backwards onto the floor with a thump. Gordon cried out, a terrible whining cry of pain and despair. The first boy dog was tearing at his thigh, ripping a long scarlet string of flesh and skin away from him. Stanley could actually hear it, like calico being ripped apart. "Gordon!" Stanley shouted, but the fair-haired boy dog jumped at his face and raked his cheek with 3 hard claws. At that moment, however, over the snapping and the snarling of the boy dogs and the ceaseless trickling of the rain, they heard another sound. A sharp, explosive crack, and then another, and then another. At first, Stanley thought that somebody had started shooting, but then he turned towards the door and saw Madeline Springer standing there, in black leather thigh-length boots and an impossible outfit like a black leather corselet, with a long black leather cape thrown around her shoulders. Her hair was still blonde, but dramatically upswept. Her face was alight with commanding righteousness. In her left hand she was holding a bullwhip, a heavy braided black leather whip with a long silver-knobbed handle, the kind used by South African stock breeders. She cracked her whip at the fair-haired boy dog, caught it around his forepaw, and sent him swinging against the wall. He tumbled over, snarled, but Madeline Springer whipped him again, lashing his cheek open. Then again, splitting the tight, wiry fur across his back, then again across his shoulder. Bleeding, limping, uttering a low, cur-like whining. The boy dog limped towards her, with foam crackling thickly out of his mouth. Madeline Springer whipped him once more, crack, and then again, crack, and his blue eyes burst. He rolled over onto his back, his legs thrashing, blinded, shrieking, twisting his spine from side to side. Madeline Springer lashed his exposed belly. The tip of her whip cut through the skin like squid being sliced. Intestines bulged from every slice, then bile, then blood. The boy dog lay quivering on his back, one paw scratching at thin air, then died. The other 2 boy dogs backed cautiously away, but Madeline Springer wasn't going to allow them to escape. She whipped one, then the other, so that they gradually retreated towards the hearth, whining and cringing. Angie clung to Stanley, clock spring tight. In hysteria and fear and elation. "Who is she? Who is she? What's she doing?" she screamed. But she didn't really want to know. She was too frightened and excited by the sight of Madeline Springer's whip lashing and cutting at the boy dogs, laying open fur and flesh and cheeks and muscle. Madeline Springer cornered the boy dog who had torn at Gordon's hand and snapped her whip 3 times around his neck. Then, with a storm-like shake of her wrist, she heaved him clear of the floor and flung him violently against the side of the cast-iron hearth. They heard his bones smash inside his body like a china jug smashing inside a sack. Stanley tried to step forward to help Gordon, who had passed out. The arteries in his mutilated wrist were jetting blood in Jackson Pollock squiggles all over the floor, and his trouser leg was darkly stained too. But Madeline Springer said, "Wait!" and lashed the last of the boy dogs until it lay trembling in the hearth in the throes of imminent death. Only then did she kneel down beside Gordon and lift his spurting wrist. "Shall I go and get that ambulance now?" asked Angie in a quaking voice. Madeline Springer glanced up at her. "No, stay. I should have known this was going to happen." "But he's bleeding to death," Stanley protested. "We have to call an ambulance." Without saying a word, Madeline Springer touched Gordon's bloodied hand with the tips of her fingers. "Ashapola, help me," she whispered, and closed her eyes. Stanley frowned at Angie and then back at Gordon's hand. Almost immediately, in front of his eyes, the bleeding dribbled and stopped, and the torn skin folded in on itself, like the petals of a flower closing up at twilight. In less than a minute, Gordon was left with a stump of a wrist that was still crimson sore, but which was almost completely healed. "Is he okay?" Stanley asked Madeline Springer in astonishment. "He'll survive, but we must get him at once to a place of safety." She felt around on the floor and picked up the bones and tendons of Gordon's dismembered hand, as deftly as if she were scooping up tiles in mahjong. She carried a large black silk purse around her waist, and she dropped the bones into it and tugged the drawstring tight. "It can't possibly be put back together, can it?" asked Stanley, with a pit-of-the-stomach feeling of disgust. Madeline Springer shook her head. "There is a saying that the man without a hand can never say farewell. Besides, we should leave no evidence that we were here." Already the rain was streaking and diluting the blood that Gordon had pumped all over the floor, and it was swirling away through the cracks in the floorboards. Presumably in the room below, it would rain blood for a while. Between them, Stanley and Madeline Springer heaved Gordon onto his feet. He was still semi-conscious, and his feet dragged on the floor. For somebody so slim, Stanley wouldn't have believed how heavy he was. "Where are we going?" he asked Madeline Springer, wiping the rain from his face with the sleeve of Gordon's coat.
I have a car outside, she told him. I'll take you to my place. You'll be safe there. Safer than Langton Street, anyway.
It took them 3 or 4 awkward, jostling minutes to half-carry, half-shoulder Gordon down to the hallway and out into the street. It was still dark. The sun wouldn't rise for another 3.5 hours, and in any case, it was probably going to be a gloomy, overcast day. A friend of Stanley's had once described winter Sundays in London as the nearest simulation to the end of the world that anybody could imagine. That was before he spent a winter Sunday in Wolverhampton, in the north of England. Angie opened the front door for them, and they helped Gordon along the path and out of the front gate. The cold wind was beginning to revive him, and he kept letting out grunts and moans, like a man experiencing a nightmare. Madeline Springer's car was parked across the street, halfway around the corner, hidden from anybody who might have been watching out of the house. It was a large grey British car from the mid-1960s. Stanley couldn't remember having seen one like it before. He and Angie supported Gordon while Madeline Springer unlocked the door. Then, between them, they gently lifted Gordon onto the back seat.
"I'll sit with him,"
Angie volunteered. "Thought you were down on gays," said Stanley, although he wasn't seriously mocking her.
"I can change me mind, can't I?"
Stanley climbed into the front passenger seat beside Madeline Springer. The interior smelled of leather and old carpets and engine oil. The engine started with an irregular blaring noise, and when she pulled away from the curb, Stanley heard a nasty nasal whine in the transmission. It sounded more like a truck than a car. "How long have you had this?" he asked her. She glanced at him.
"Ever since it was new. It's a Humber Super Snipe. They used to be plutocratic, once upon a time."
"Where are you taking us?"
"Richmond. It isn't very far away. We have rooms there."
"Those dog creatures," Stanley began.
"You want to know what they were?"
"Did they really have human heads, or did they just look that way?" Madeline Springer turned left at Kew Road and headed south. The wide road that ran beside the black brick wall of the Royal Botanic Gardens was completely deserted. Not even a police car.
"They weren't human in the sense that you might understand them to be human. It depends how much humiliation you're prepared to suffer in order to stay alive."
"Are there many more of them?"
"It's impossible to say for sure. This latest outbreak of the night plague has only been with us for 2 or 3 years. Historically, though, it looks like the worst by far."
"The night plague?"
"Bart's disease, Mozart's syndrome, call it what you like."
Stanley was silent for a moment. Then he said, "I think I'm going to need to know a whole lot more about this."
"I intend to tell you,"
Madeline Springer promised him. She drove oddly, a little too fast for Stanley's liking, with mechanical, exaggerated movements, as if she had only recently learned. He supposed that it couldn't be easy driving in high-heeled black leather thigh boots. He caught himself looking at the smooth whiteness of her bare thigh, in between the top of her boot and the black satin frills around the legs of her corselet. I wonder what it would be like to plunge my hand now between those warm white thighs, while she's driving and unable to stop me.
"How have you been feeling?"
Madeline Springer asked him, as if she had read his thought as clearly as the motto in a Christmas cracker. They had reached the traffic lights at Lower Mortlake Road. The large roundabout, usually teeming with cars and buses, was silent and deserted. Stanley could easily have believed that they were the only people left alive. I've been experiencing a little confusion from time to time,"
What kind of confusion?
He don't know whether he's kipping or whether he's awake, Angie put in, trying to be helpful. Not only that, said Stanley, but this mixed-up feeling that I can only call moral confusion.
Oh, yes? And how does that manifest itself?
In all kinds of different ways. I keep having waves of anger and disgust against God and music and other people, even people I like, even people I love. The lights changed to green, and Madeline Springer changed gear.
You have waves of violence too, right? And sexual lust?
He looked at her acutely. She smiled, although she didn't look back at him.
I know how strong your urge was to thrust your hands in between my legs, Mr. Eisner. She's driving. She won't be able to stop me. And it's warm there, and smells of leather and woman and some perfume that you can't even identify. I reckon Gordon's coming around, called Angie, who obviously hadn't heard what Madeline Springer was saying. Stanley stared at Madeline Springer hard. How do you know all that? Are you a mind reader or what? I'm a very good psychic, that's all, she replied. You saw what I did to Gordon's wrist back at the house. That was nothing more than faith healing, as it's usually called. Although it was very much more effective faith healing than most psychics are capable of.
You're not kidding, Stanley told her. Madeline Springer said,
There are natural powers in the universe of really devastating magnitude. I know how to call on them and to direct them, and there's nothing more mystical to it than that. These days, nobody would think of gasping in astonishment when they switch on an electric light bulb. Yet what I do is no more remarkable than that, and in some ways a great deal simpler. The natural powers have certainly been around a whole lot longer.
They were turning towards Richmond Hill when 2 police officers stepped out into the road and lifted their hands. "Damn it," said Madeline, and slowed the Humber down to a whinnying walking pace, and then to a stop. One of the police officers approached Stanley's window and rapped on it gently with his knuckles. Stanley wound it down. "Morning," the policeman greeted him. His breath steamed in the cold, and his nose was pinched red, and he looked what Angie would have called right cheesed off. His companion had steel-rimmed shatterproof spectacles and kept sniffing and wiping his nose with his glove. "Can I help you, officer?" Stanley asked him. The policeman peered inside the car. Then he said, "Just interested to know where you're going at 3:45 in the morning?" Stanley turned to Madeline, his lips already forming the shape to ask, "Where are we going, Miss Springer?" when he saw that she wasn't there. There was no steering wheel, no brake or accelerator pedals, no gear shift. All of those controls had mysteriously moved across the car and materialized in front of him, as if he were driving. He twisted quickly around. The back seat was empty, too. He was sitting in the car alone. It had been a dream. Tennyson, the boy dogs, everything, it had all been a dream. But what was he doing in this strange car in the middle of the night? "American, aren't we?" the police officer asked him. "Well, I am," Stanley replied. Unamused, the police officer inspected the tax disc on the windshield. "This your vehicle, is it?" The policeman with the eyeglasses was walking slowly around the other side of the Humber, inspecting the tires and the lights. "Well, Stanley began, but then out of the corner of his eye he saw the shimmering, transparent whiteness of Madeline Springer's upper thigh, almost completely invisible, like the reflection of a thigh glimpsed in a dark window.
He spread his fingers across the steering wheel in front of him, too, and realized, with an involuntary shiver, that it had no actual substance. It was the illusion of a steering wheel, and nothing more. He just hoped that the police officer hadn't seen his hands pass right through it. If Madeline Springer had gone to all the trouble of rendering herself invisible, and Angie and Gordon too, then she must very badly want to conceal the fact of her presence here tonight. Perhaps her very existence. "Yes, it's, my car," he concluded. "Do you mind telling me what the license number is?" "Sure, it's NLT 683,
said Madeline Springer's voice right inside of his head, as clearly as if she had spoken out loud in his ear. "That's right, sir." The policeman produced a black leather pad and began to write. "You've got a faulty offside indicator light, sir, flashing too slowly. Can you make sure you get it seen to?" "Oh, sure, yes. I'm sorry. I didn't realize." The policeman tore off the ticket he had been writing. "And if you'd care to produce your driving licence and MOT certificate and insurance documents within the next 7 days, sir, at the police station of your choice." "Yes," said Stanley. He was aware of a huge charge of static inside the car, like passing his hand in front of a television screen, and his hair prickled on the back of his neck. The police officers returned to their car, swinging their arms and clapping their hands together to warm themselves up. The Humber's engine started up again, and the elderly car began to pull away. As he passed the police car, Stanley pretended that he was holding the steering wheel, even though he could feel no substance whatsoever, only the soft crackling of psychically focused electricity. It was only when they had reached the top of Richmond Hill that Madeline Springer gradually reappeared, grainily at first, like the picture on a poorly tuned television, then completely. "Blimey, that was totally weird, that was," Angie blurted out. She held her hand in front of her face to make sure that she was still there. "How'd you do that?" "It's a little bit of conjuring with refractive light, that's all," Madeline Springer told her. Stanley turned around in his seat, and for Angie's benefit, pulled a face that showed how impressed he was. "Can you imagine being able to do that all the time?" he asked her. "You could sit right next to people and listen to what they're saying about you, and they wouldn't even know." "I'm afraid it takes too much natural energy for anybody to sustain invisibility for very long," said Madeline Springer. They passed an old-fashioned pub called the Lass of Richmond Hill, where Stanley was disappointed to notice that they were offering New Orleans-style barbecue. When he first arrived in England, he had expected it to be crowded with fish and chip shops and eel and pie stalls and Dickensian chop houses. Instead, it had exactly the same fast food franchises as downtown Napa, all Burger King and McDonald's and Kentucky Fried Chicken. They had reached the very crest of Richmond Hill, high above a wide curve of the Thames. The terraced gardens that led steeply down to the river were buried this morning in a deep, foggy shadow, but the river itself shone dully through the trees as it flowed between Petersham Meadows on its eastern bank and Marble Hill Gardens on its west. A haunted, melancholy view, one of the most romantic in southern England. To think that Henry Tudor had seen the same view, that Elizabeth I had passed this way in her carriage. Sometimes London's sense of history made Stanley feel elated, sometimes it made him feel oppressed. The suspension of Madeline Springer's 25-year-old car clonked noisily as she turned it into a narrow private slip road. She parked, switched off the engine, and announced, "We're here. I'll help you carry Gordon inside." They climbed out of the car. They were parked beside a stately terrace of cream-painted 4-story houses, which had now been divided into apartments. Madeline Springer led them through the front door and into the hallway. It smelled of new Axminster carpets and stifling central heating. An arrangement of dried flowers stood on a small table in front of a mirror, and Madeline Springer went across, while they waited for the elevator to arrive, and refurbished her lipstick. Gordon had recovered sufficiently to be able to walk, although Stanley insisted that he lean on his shoulder.
"Quite a place,"
he whispered in a grey voice.
"It's wonderful in the summer,"
said Madeline Springer.
"The view over the terrace gardens is absolutely beautiful."
She looked at Gordon in the mirror and smiled.
"You're just the way I imagined you would be," she told him.
They rose in the quietly humming elevator to the top floor, and then Madeline Springer ushered them along the corridor to her apartment. She opened the door, and they stepped inside, and at last Stanley felt that they were safe. Madeline Springer had furnished her apartment ascetically, to say the least. Their footsteps echoed on a bare oak parquet floor, absolutely immaculate, so highly polished that they looked as if they were walking across the surface of a lake. The walls were painted the faintest shade of yellow. The only furniture in the living area was 3 Chippendale armchairs with faded pink satin seats, a yucca plant in a basketwork planter, and a curious hybrid sofa, part French provincial, part Chinese, with an elaborately carved back. There were no paintings on the walls, no drapes, no net curtains. The night filled the windows, black and uncompromising. They helped Gordon to sit on the sofa. He was still deathly pale, but he was almost cheerful. Madeline Springer went through to another room and returned with a white gauzy scarf, which she wound around the stump of his left hand and then ripped so that she could tie it in a bow.
"You saved my life," said Gordon as he watched her. "You would have survived in any case,"
Madeline Springer told him.
"It was always your destiny to survive. For the time being, at least. Just as it was always your destiny to lose your left hand." "I don't understand," Gordon told her. "Of course you don't. Not yet. But what I am trying to tell you is that you would have lost your hand somehow, sometime soon, and that nothing you could have done would have prevented it." "I don't believe in fate," said Gordon. "Not believing in it doesn't stop it happening."
"I could use a drink," said Stanley.
"There's vodka in the kitchen," said Madeline Springer. "You'll find some glasses there, too." "Can I use the toilet?" asked Angie.
Stanley switched on the fluorescent lights in the kitchen. They flickered, jolted, and then stayed on. It was an expensive, modern kitchen, a real cook's kitchen, with white cupboards and a polished brass rail around the counters. But Stanley swung open one wall cupboard after another and found them all empty. The entire kitchen was innocent of food, or any suggestion that anybody ever intended to prepare any food here. "Looks like you're fresh out of vodka," he called to Madeline Springer. "In fact, it looks like you're fresh out of everything." He opened one of the drawers and found a cutlery tray containing 2 very ancient and corroded knives, with hair twined around their handles, and a corroded iron talisman on a leather thong. It was a Celtic cross, with a blindfold of rotten linen tied tightly around it. Stanley picked the talisman out of the drawer and held it up. It swung from side to side and spun around and around. As it turned around, he saw that there was a face on the obverse side. He caught it in the palm of his hand and examined it more closely. There was no question about it. It was the same face that he had seen again and again at the house called Tennyson. The blindfold woman with the coronet of twisted nails. Stanley was suddenly aware that Madeline Springer was standing in the doorway watching him, with a faint smile on her face.
"Can't you find the vodka?"
she asked him. She crossed the kitchen and slid out a tall, narrow drink straw. She took out a full bottle of Finnish vodka and unscrewed the cap. Stanley turned to her while she knocked ice out of the ice tray, still holding up the talisman. "What is this?" he asked her. "I saw it everywhere back in that house at Kew. The door knocker, the stained glass window. Then dozens of paintings and etchings all around the upstairs landing. Now I open a drawer looking for vodka, and here it is again." Madeline Springer handed him his drink. It was clear and cold and aromatic in a tastefully designed Boda glass.
"I would prefer to begin at the beginning," she said, "but I can't tell you who the face is supposed to represent. The name by which she is most commonly known is Isabel Gowdie."
"That doesn't strike any chords at all."
"There's no reason why it should."
"But when I first saw her on the door knocker, I had the feeling that she was kind of familiar."
"It's possible that you've seen her picture before. You could even have met her. She's lived as many lives under as many different names as—"
Stanley swallowed vodka. "As a cat?" he suggested.
"I'm sorry?"
"Cats have 9 lives, don't they?"
"Oh, I see what you mean," said Madeline Springer. "But no, Isabel Gowdie has lived far more lives than any cat. Every one of those paintings and prints of her on the first-floor landing at Tennyson showed a different Isabel Gowdie in a different life."
"What about the rain? And the boy dogs?"
"They were both manifestations of Isabel Gowdie's influence."
Stanley said, "I think you'd better begin at the beginning." Madeline Springer nodded.
"All 3 of you are more than ready."
Stanley clinked the ice in his drink. "Before we start, I think I'd better thank you for saving us back there. I don't know how you knew we were there, or how you managed to show up just when we really needed you. But you did, and I'm grateful."
"Well, I shouldn't really have been there,"
Madeline Springer told him.
"But there are times when even fate requires a little assistance."
She led him back to the living room, where Angie and Gordon were sitting together on the strange French Oriental sofa. She dragged over one of the Chippendale chairs for Stanley, but remained standing herself. As she talked, she paced slowly backwards and forwards, and her long black leather cape hissed softly on the polished oak floor.
"There are dire warnings in the Old Testament time and time again about the punishment that God has in store for those who disobey Him. The punishment is plague. The Lord will smite you with consumption and with fever and with inflammation. The Lord will smite you with madness and blindness and bewilderment of the heart. The Lord will smite you with the boils of Egypt and with tumors and with the scab and with the itch, from which you cannot be healed."
"Charming," said Gordon weakly. But considering his hand had been violently torn from his arm less than an hour ago, his composure was extraordinary. It was Gordon's recovery more than anything else that convinced Stanley that he ought to listen to what Madeline Springer had to say. The disappearing trick in the car was one thing, but he had seen Gordon bleeding to death in front of his eyes, and now he was ridiculously well. Madeline Springer smiled.
"Whether God really does punish anybody who disobeys Him by striking them down with the plague, well, that's a matter for theological argument. Paracelsus believed that syphilis was a punishment invented by God for those who were guilty of general licentiousness, and there are plenty of people today who are quite willing to believe that AIDS is God's punishment for homosexuality. They ignore the simple truth that an illness is an illness, however it happens to be transmitted, and not a metaphor for divine judgment.
All the same, Stanley interrupted, Knitted Hood gave me a very direct warning. He said, I am the pestilence that was promised if you disobeyed.
Did he specifically mention God?
I don't really remember too clearly. I don't think so.
He wouldn't have. The carriers loathe to utter the name of God in any of its forms. If he did, he was lying and trying to confuse you. The night plague isn't a divine punishment any more than AIDS is. The night plague is what you might call an infection of the soul. It's the moral virus which Satan himself uses to spread his influence through human society.
Angie glanced worriedly at Stanley. Madeline Springer may have rescued them from Tennyson, but already she was beginning to sound as if she wasn't teeing off with a full set of clubs. Stanley said, Can we wait up a minute? On the one hand, you're telling us that plagues aren't a punishment handed out by God, but on the other hand, you're telling us that they're a punishment handed out by Satan?
I don't even believe in Satan, put in Angie. I mean, not with horns and a tail and a toasting fork.
Madeline Springer continued to smile.
Out of all the epidemic diseases, only the night plague is spread by Satan. And he certainly doesn't spread it as a punishment. He spreads it as a way of turning the hearts of men and women away from the principles that have always denied him dominion over the world. Trust, faith, self-control, truthfulness, and loving other people as you love yourself. It's a particularly vicious joke that he uses the sexual act, the act of love, as a means of spreading his disease.
So you reckon he's real? Asked Angie.
With horns and a tail and a toasting fork. Not quite. But the entity which people call Satan does exist. And although I call him he, as if he were nothing more than a black-hearted man, he is much more understandable as an it. A huge, intense concentration of horror.
Where does he live, then? Angie wanted to know. Have you ever seen him, or it, or whatever? Madeline Springer was completely undisturbed by Angie's skepticism. She swirled her soft, whispering cloak around her, and her heels tapped on the hard-wood floor.
He occupies the furthest recesses of human awareness, that unlit lake of shared consciousness that Jung described as the collective mind. There are times when you can sense his actual presence in the back of your head. Something very cold, something very dark, sliding past you like a giant stingray sliding over an underwater shoal, but inside your mind, inside your own imagination.
Can he be summoned into the physical world? Asked Stanley. I mean, all that stuff about black sabbats, raising the devil. Is there any substance in that? Madeline Springer nodded.
He can be called, and of course a few people do call him. The Sumerians were aware of the feeling of evil in the backs of their minds, and there are several recorded instances of Sumerian priests raising out of a particular well in the desert some terrible black creature that fed on masses of children and goats. The Egyptians raised him too, believing that they could use him to overcome the mystic power of the Israelites. And that was how the biblical plague was first spread through Egypt. In a sense, the outbreak in Egypt was a punishment for disobeying God. Although more accurately, it was the pathological consequence of trying to enlist the power of evil against the principles of good.
So how is this night plague communicated? Asked Stanley. What does it actually do?
You've probably heard how witches are supposed to copulate with Satan during the Black Sabbath, said Madeline Springer. That's not just an incidental part of the Sabbath. It's the entire point and purpose of the Sabbath. Satan infects the witches with his virus by violent intercourse, which tears the internal tissues of the witch's body and opens a wound through which her blood can be infected. The witch retains the night plague virus in her body for the rest of her life. She has intercourse herself with 7 men. Each of them is chosen because he is terminally ill with some ordinary physical disease, such as leprosy or cancer or AIDS. In return for becoming carriers, the witch grants them extended life. Their task is to pass on the night plague virus to as many innocent people as they possibly can, especially people who are imaginative and creative and who have a strong influence on society. That was why Shakespeare was infected. He was visited by an apparition who looked to him like a dark lady. That was why Mozart found a horrific grey stranger knocking at his door. Something happened to Mozart that night. Nobody quite knows what, but his health and his music never recovered from it.
"I think I'll have a drink now, if you don't mind," said Angie.
"Gin and orange, isn't it?"
asked Madeline Springer.
"You'll find everything you want in the kitchen."
Angie said, "Ow!" but Stanley lifted his finger to his lips to shush her. Madeline Springer went on.
"Once the night plague virus has entered the bloodstream of an innocent person, it enters the brain and invades the hypothalamus. Here it gradually alters, and it begins to exert an insidious effect on the sufferer's mind. It begins to change his morality. It causes him to have spasms of petty hatred and spitefulness and irrational violence. It loosens his perception of reality so that he never quite knows whether he's dreaming or awake. It creates grotesque symptoms of physical sickness, such as vomiting worms or mollusks, or great choking balls of animal hair, or urinating streams of blood. All of these symptoms serve to heighten the sufferer's sense of degradation and self-disgust."
Stanley said nothing. He knew exactly what Madeline Springer was talking about. Even now, he could feel himself growing impatient with her and feeling an irrational urge to slap her and twist her hair. She turned to look at him. She must have been able to sense what he was thinking. She kept her eyes on him steadily as she spoke.
"Gradually, the symptoms of night plague become increasingly severe. The sufferer becomes depressed and irascible, and there will be a noticeable coarsening of his personality. He will start using foul language, drinking more, making crude remarks. Usually, he becomes much more sexually active, sometimes frantically so, even though he will find it more and more difficult to achieve a physical climax. He will often become sadistic, too. By this stage, the night plague has transmuted itself into an infection of the spirit, a disease of the unconscious mind, and it is spread from one person to another through dreams of sexual intercourse or rape. It is remarkably similar in its pathology to recent strains of syphilis, except that it infects the soul rather than the body."
Stanley swallowed vodka. "This is all very well, Miss Springer, but what's the point of it? Assuming that Satan does exist, assuming that this night plague is exactly what you say it is, why does Satan want to spread it in the first place?" Madeline Springer replied softly and sadly,
"Because a soul infected by the night plague is a soul which cannot be admitted to heaven. That is why. The night plague can be passed on from one soul to another, even after death. So any soul who is infected must be denied entry to the kingdom of light. Satan has already contaminated the temporal world. We cannot allow him to contaminate the hereafter, too. The night plague is Satan's way of garnering souls, Mr. Eisner. And this time he seems determined that he shall infect not just the Caribbean and a third of Europe, as he did in the days when Columbus and his crew brought it back from Haiti, nor most of England, as he did in the days of the Black Death. This time he seems determined to infect the whole global population, to make all of us his, forever.
Gordon was beginning to shudder, although Stanley wasn't sure if he was shuddering from the shock of losing his hand or in dread of what Madeline Springer was telling them. Because, to his own surprise, he did have a feeling of dread. He had seen enough of knitted hood and the horrors of the house called Tennyson to believe that Madeline Springer was telling them the truth, or at least the truth as far as she understood it. He had also felt the symptoms of the night plague for himself, and he was fighting against them now. "Is there any cure?" he asked Madeline Springer.
"There is only one antidote," she told him. "You must find the witch who originally infected the carrier who infected you. In your case, it was Isabel Gowdie, the blindfolded woman whose likeness appears all over Tennyson. You must find her and have relations with her to pass back the virus in the same way that it was transmitted. As soon as you have done that, while you are doing that, you must kill her so that she cannot pass it back again."
"Relations?" Stanley demanded. "What kind of relations? You mean sex?" Madeline Springer nodded.
"It's the only way."
"But supposing she doesn't want to have sex? Supposing I don't want to have sex? Supposing I can't even find her to have sex with?"
"You will have to find her. You will have to have sex with her, or your immortal soul will be forfeit forever."
"You're not putting me on."
"I wish in the name of Ashapola that I were."
"Well, do you have any idea where this Isabel Gowdie is?"
"None at all. She was eventually captured and imprisoned by night warriors. But it is a strict rule that night warriors never reveal to anybody where a witch or a demon has been imprisoned. In that way, nobody can ever be tempted to release them. And believe me, the temptation can be great. Satan and his agents can offer you almost anything that you have ever desired."
"Don't you even have an inkling of where she might be?"
"No. The last known official record was that Isabel Gowdie was sentenced to be burned at the stake on May 13th, 1662, after she confessed to the Scottish court that she was a special domestic servant of the devil, and that she had conjured up storms all round England's coastline by slapping a rock with a wet rag, and that those storms had drowned scores of fishermen."
"Then she's dead?" asked Stanley. Madeline Springer shook her head.
"Somehow she managed to escape.
Whatever was burned at the stake,
it wasn't her. In fact, one eyewitness said that it looked more like the ashes of a Great Dane. She must be alive, and even if she hasn't broken free from her imprisonment, she must at least have broken free from the bonds with which the night warriors used to seal her mind. Her carriers are roaming abroad and spreading her infection, and they cannot do that unless she is conscious and capable of giving them strength and mobility. Without her, they are nothing, literally, but corpses. She is dreaming too. Powerful, vivid dreams of the way things were when she was locked away. That is why the house called Tennyson is full of her pictures, and why it rains there, just as it rained in the same spot in 1666, when Isabel Gowdie was still free. Her influence is very strong. She was said to have placed one hand on her head and one hand on her foot, and renounced everything in between her two hands to Satan. Satan dearly favors her. That is why he awarded her such powers. Your hallucinations of plague-ridden landscapes are the result of her influence in your infection. Her psychic DNA is inside you now, inside your mind. When Isabel Gowdie sleeps, her dreams are just as real to you as they are to her.
There was a long silence. Angie came back with her gin and orange and sat close to Stanley, resting one hand on his knee. Madeline Springer said,
"You haven't yet asked me what I have to do with all of this."
"I had the feeling you were going to tell us anyway," Stanley replied.
"In actual fact," said Madeline Springer, "what you have to do with it is much more important than what I have to do with it."
"I don't follow you."
"You don't think that you were infected at random, do you?"
"What are you saying? That Knitted Hood picked me out specially?"
"Of course he did. Because you're the direct descendant of a night warrior. Not just any night warrior either. One of the night warriors whom Isabel Gowdie killed before she was finally captured."
"Now you've really lost me," Stanley complained. Madeline Springer walked across to him and touched his shoulder with her fingertips. Stanley felt a tingling sensation, as if he had touched a live electric wire. But it was something more than electricity. It had a resonance, too, like thunderous, silent music.
"You feel that?" she asked him. "You're the direct descendant of Jacob Eisner, the rag picker from Whitechapel. Jacob was a night warrior, and that means that you are a night warrior too. That was why you were followed and assaulted by Knitted Hood. He wanted to make sure that Isabel Gowdie's infection got to you before you got to Isabel Gowdie."
"I came to London to play the violin. I didn't come here to look for some witch."
"In time, I would have called on you and required you to do it."
"Required me?"
"You're a night warrior, Mr. Eisner. You have no choice."
"I don't understand any of this," Stanley told her, trying to be patient. "Do you mind explaining exactly what you mean by a night warrior?" The feeling that she was playing a gigantic hoax on them began to resurface, and apart from that, his head had started to throb with a vicious migraine. He hadn't had a migraine in 10 or 11 years, but there was no mistaking it. Madeline Springer said,
"There was a time when the earth was infested with demons and devils like vermin. In those days, the night warriors were both necessary and numerous. They were a holy army, if you like, who were charged with the task of hunting down evil creatures in the landscape of the human unconscious. In dreams, where demons and devils had previously been able to conceal themselves and remain unscathed and undetected. In human dreams, you see, demons could escape being exorcised. The priests simply couldn't reach them. Dreams were a sanctuary for some of the most horrific of all the medieval creatures. People who didn't believe in demons in waking life were quite prepared to believe in the demons they encountered in dreams. And demons thrive on those who believe in them, just as they are weakened by those who don't. But over the centuries, the night warriors entered the dreams of thousands of people and tracked the demons down and destroyed them. And those whom they didn't destroy, they imprisoned forever with sanctified locks and holy seals. They imprisoned witches, too, and all of those agents and familiars of Satan that they could find. The Great Fire of London in 1666 was started not by a careless baker, but by one of the greatest dream battles of all history. 5 night warriors entered the dream of a rat-catcher who lived close to Pudding Lane. They laid an ambush for 13 of Satan's most favored witches, who had agreed to meet there. When shall we 13 meet again? They were laying their plans to spread the Black Death even more widely. The witches were caught by surprise, and most of them were destroyed within the first few minutes. But one of them, who was probably Isabel Gowdie, caused the rat-catcher's brain to explode and catch fire. She escaped from the dream, but all 5 night warriors were killed, and the rat-catcher's house caught alight. As you know, most of London was burned to the ground.
Madeline Springer's eyes remained fastened on Stanley.
They were the strangest eyes that he had ever seen.
Faint kaleidoscopic colours seemed to flicker through them, and in some extraordinary way they seemed to be focused inwards rather than outwards, as if all that she needed to see, she could see inside her own mind.
Jakob Eisner was one of the night warriors who died that night, she explained. The other night warriors were your great-grandmother many times removed, Miss Dunning, and your great-grandfather many times removed, Mr. Rutherford, and one other, the ancestor of an American professor called Henry Watkins. So you can see now that destiny truly brought you all together.
That's only 4 night warriors, Stanley interrupted. You said there were 5.
That's right. Jakob Eisner's older son Joshua was a trainee night warrior. He died, too.
Well, that's too bad, said Stanley. But what does it have to do with us? We're not night warriors. Madeline Springer unfastened her cloak and let it slide to the floor.
The oaths that were taken by your ancestors bind you, too. They always have. You are beholden to fight this plague just as much as your ancestors would have been.
This is a joke, Stanley retorted irritably.
No joke,
Madeline Springer replied.
And what's more, it's your only hope of finding Isabel Gowdie and ridding yourself of the night plague.
Listen, who the hell are you? Stanley barked at her. You've been sounding off for 10 minutes now, all this ridiculous baloney about night warriors and witches and plagues and God knows what. Madeline Springer smiled calmly.
Not God knows what, Mr. Eisner. Ashapola knows what.
Ashapola? What are you talking about? What's Ashapola?
Ashapola, if you like, is the god of all gods. When anybody on this planet speaks of their god, no matter how they happen to imagine him, they are referring to Ashapola. It is Ashapola who created the world. He is what the Freemasons call the great architect of the universe. It is Ashapola who takes care of you. If you are threatened by the forces of darkness, it is Ashapola who dispatches me and those like me to warn you and to marshal your forces. He cannot directly intervene in the destiny of the world. If he were to do that, then the world as you know it would cease to exist, because a human society that is not required to face the consequences of its own actions is a paradox. But there is nothing paradoxical about a creator caring for his creation and sending somebody like me to warn you of overwhelming danger.
You mean you're an angel? Said Angie. Madeline Springer glanced at her.
You're a bright girl. I am an angel, if an angel is a messenger sent by a divine being, but I am less of a messenger than a message. The body in which you see me is a borrowed memory. You remember the little holographic image of Princess Leia which R2-D2 carried in Star Wars? I am much more like that. A picture. An illusion.
As she looked at Stanley, he thought he could see her face and her body subtly altering. Her wide, feline face began to narrow, as if he were seeing negatives of two different faces, one on top of the other. Her voice, which had been quite gentle and mellifluous as she had told them about the night plague, began to sound choppier and gruffer. Stanley could almost have sworn that she was changing into a thin-faced young man right in front of his eyes. "And you expect us to believe all of this cock and bull story?" he demanded, clearing his throat.
"I expect nothing, except that you will do your sworn duty."
"I don't have to do squat, and neither do my friends here." Madeline Springer came forward and stood very close to him. The remarkable thing about her was that she didn't have any smell, none whatsoever. No perfume, no leather, no skin smell, nothing. Without asking him, she reached out her hand and laid it on top of his head. "Hey, what?" She smiled.
"You have a sick headache," she said. "Quite often, when the night plague takes hold of you, you start to suffer from all the illnesses you've ever had, all over again. Colds, chickenpox, measles, flu. It's raging immune deficiency with a vengeance."
She paused. Then she nodded and said,
"It's gone now, yes?"
And it was true. His migraine had vanished, just like the tiny glowing spot in the center of a switched-off television tube. "How did you do that?" he asked warily. Madeline Springer was looking more like a man than ever. Her blonde hair seemed to be shorter. Her jaw was much sharper, and he could see flaying gingery hairs under her arms. "Am I awake or am I asleep? Is this really happening or not?"
"You're awake," Madeline Springer told him. "And as I've told you, I'm a message more than a messenger, and a message can take many different shapes and forms."
Stanley slowly rubbed his forehead with his fingertips. He turned to look at Angie, who sat close beside him, still trembling a little, peaky and distressed, and at Gordon, who had closed his eyes now and appeared to be asleep, his mouth open, his scarf-wrapped stump lying in his lap. If he were awake, and all this were real, if he were actually here in this apartment, then he knew that he had no alternatives. "Tell me about the night warriors," he asked Madeline Springer.
"Your ancestor, Jakob Eisner, was one of the most powerful and respected of the night warriors," Madeline Springer told Stanley. "His name was Malbesa, and he was what in the 17th century they used to call a mathematic grenadier. These days, we call them equation warriors. He was able to make the mathematical calculations that would change energy into matter, matter into heat, heat into speed, speed into time, and apply them to his immediate surroundings. For instance, he could work out that if a horde of horse demons were riding towards him at 20 miles an hour, the kinetic heat that they were producing as they rode was sufficient to raise a wall of bricks in front of them which would stop them dead. He couldn't create bricks out of nothing. Einstein and Newton still apply, even in dreams. But he could convert their own energy into something which would stop them. Malbesa was the master of what you might call mental judo, using your enemy's own strength to bring him down." "Here," said Madeline Springer, and beckoned Stanley to follow her across the room. "Stand quite still. Here, that's right. And relax. I know it's difficult. I know you're fighting the night plague. But you can do it if you try. You can beat the plague, and you can beat Isabel Gowdie, and you can beat Satan too, because he's out there, Stanley. He's out there now, tonight, while everybody's dreaming, and he's determined that this time, he's going to have us all." She laid her hand on his shoulder, and he felt that same prickling electricity. It's the end of the world, Stanley, if we don't beat him now. You can forget about ozone layers and cutting down the rainforests. He'll take our morals, he'll take our families, he'll take everything, including our immortal souls. This is it. This is Armageddon. This is the pestilence that we were promised.
Stanley looked towards Angie, but Angie was too tired to do anything but shrug. Gordon was fast asleep now, his head resting on the cushion of the sofa.
"Watch the window,"
said Madeline Springer. Stanley faced the window. He could see himself reflected sharply against the night, and Madeline Springer, too. They seemed to be standing outside in the darkness, 3 stories up, like Peter Pan beseeching admission to the nursery window, or Victorian levitationists. As he watched, a gleaming outline began to form itself around Stanley's head and shoulders. The outline of a spherical helmet, like an old-fashioned diver's helmet, but made of thick glass instead of brass, and surrounded by a cage of metal circlets which appeared to be constantly contra-rotating. His shoulders were armoured with upswept fins, which reminded him of the air inlets of a Ferrari Testarossa. On his chest he carried a huge bank of instruments and switches and computers, including a holographic astrolabe and the most complicated mathematical calculator that he had ever seen in his life. The visual displays winked at him in sapphire blue and infrared. Around his waist, he wore a heavy-duty telephone linesman's type belt, from which swung a huge pistol-grip instrument the size of an Uzi submachine gun, and a whole variety of cylindrical, nickel-plated containers that looked like cartridges.
"This is incredible,"
said Stanley, staring at his reflection in the window, and then looking down at himself to make sure that it wasn't just a trick of the light. "But it's almost, I don't know, transparent. I can't see it too well."
"That's because you're still awake," Madeline Springer explained. "I'm creating an illusion of your armor for you out of my own memory to show you what it looks like. When you're asleep and dreaming, this will all take on its own reality."
"But I don't know how to use all of this stuff."
"You will, once you start dreaming. You have inherited Jakob Eisner's mathematical skills, as well as his duties. Those circlets around your helmet will enable you to pinpoint your psychogeographical location within the sleeper's imagined landscape. And you'll be able to use those calculators and computers to convert latent energy into heat, heat into matter, matter into time, time into water, whatever you wish. Once you've made your calculations, all you have to do is insert one of those empty equation cartridges into the side of the computer and load the program into it. Then you slide the equation cartridge into the gun like this, and you fire it. Your program arrives where you fired it, and pure math is instantaneously detonated into pure action."
"I hate to disillusion you, but I flunked math," Stanley admitted. "I couldn't even remember my times tables. I'm not sure I could even recite them now."
"This is something different," said Madeline Springer. "This is mathematics with a mission."
She stepped away from him, and gradually his suit of armor crackled and faded. Stanley felt depleted somehow, as if the armor had given him courage and strength and a new sense of purpose. He hadn't felt that kind of determination since he had first played with a professional orchestra. In those days, God Almighty, in those days 20 years ago, it had seemed like the whole world was his. Maybe, someday soon, he could claim it back.
"What about me?"
asked Angie, who had been watching Stanley's transformation wide-eyed. Madeline Springer walked over to the sofa, took Angie's hand and led her back to the center of the room. "Your ancestor was called Elizabeth Pardo, and she was the wife of a fisherman in Dover. Not a very faithful wife, I'm sorry to say, but not many fisher-wives were. Not many of the prettier fisher-wives, anyway. I think you can excuse her. She was married on her 12th birthday to a man nearly 20 years older than she was, and the fishing fleet was usually away for days or weeks if the weather was rough. She was very alluring, too, as you are." Angie blushed. Madeline Springer was now so manlike, her voice so deep, that it wasn't difficult to believe from what she was saying that she found Angie attractive. "But what sort of what's his name was she? What sort of a night warrior?" Madeline Springer stood behind Angie and took hold of her shoulders in both hands, directing her attention towards the black, reflecting window. "She was Ephis, and so are you. Ephis the light skater, one of the very fastest of the night warriors, even faster than Zaxa the slide boxer. You can skate on light, wherever that light may happen to be. It may be the sun, dancing on the surface of the sea. It may be shining through a window. It may be a Klieg light, pointing at the sky, or the flickering of pilgrims' candles. You need only the merest pinpoint, and you are away, fast as a flash." "What if it's totally dark?" asked Stanley. "What happens then?" Madeline Springer turned to him, and she was undeniably a young man now, a rather handsome young man, with a self-indulgent languor about him, but no less likable. His costume had altered, too. It was more of a leather jerkin than a basque, and although his thighs were still bare, and he still wore thigh boots, he had developed smooth, powerful muscles, and his boots were more like 18th-century riding boots, with turned-over tops. Madeline Springer said, "It's rarely dark in people's dreams, even in their nightmares, with the exception of some psychotic claustrophobics who dream of being imprisoned in cellars or having their faces pushed into pillows. Ephis can always find some light to skate on. She can dance on the flame of a single match. Besides, she almost always stays close to Kha'Zix the charge-keeper. He can usually give her sufficient light." "Kha'Zix? Is that who Gordon's going to be?" "No. You will have to wait to meet Kha'Zix. But first of all, let me show you what you will look like, Miss Dunning, when you enter the world of dreams." Springer kept his hands on Angie's shoulders and closed his eyes for a moment. Gradually, in a sprinkling of tiny electrical pinpoints, her appearance shifted and flowed, and Stanley saw her not as Angie Dunning anymore, the almost punk from Herbert Gardens, London, but as Ephis the light skater, one of the swiftest and deadliest of the night warriors. She wore a helmet that was constructed out of a lacework of fine silver wire, elaborately pierced and decorated, and twinkling with hundreds of minuscule white lights. The sides of the helmet were scalloped like a clamshell, but the facepiece was shaped like a mask of Angie's face, a second skin of lights and flowers and pierced silverwork. "This headpiece may look frail," Springer remarked, "but it is made of a combination of metals which was discovered by the Ecuadorian Indians thousands of years ago when they were trying to sinter platinum and gold. It feels like the softest lace, but it can withstand higher temperatures than platinum, over 3,000 degrees, and it can also deflect a blow from any kind of battle axe that you can imagine." "What about battle axes that we can't imagine?" asked Stanley. Springer nodded and smiled at his perspicacity. "Battle axes that you can't imagine have to be deflected by trial." "No error?" "If you make an error with an unimaginable battle axe, You don't usually get a second chance." Angie looked fantastically otherworldly in her mask helmet. A butterfly woman, a creature out of a carnival, but startlingly pretty. Her eyes were very wide and glistening and lambent, and Stanley saw an expression in them that he hadn't seen before. A greater alertness, a sharper intelligence, a questioning look. It was a look he had seen in the eyes of well-educated children who attended his master classes in violin. They were not necessarily prodigies. In fact, some of them were quite slow when it came to math and history and spelling, but they possessed a burning keenness to question, and to question again, and to find out. They consumed new knowledge like a brush fire burns oxygen, and still they raged for more. Angie Dunning had never had that fire, but Effis did, and Stanley found it remarkable how much more self-possessed it made her, how much more magnetic. She still talked in her common South London accent, but she held her head straight, and every movement seemed to have more grace. So much did Effis's body armour remind Stanley of the glitteringly ostentatious show costume of a star figure skater, that he didn't realise at first that it was armour. It was a sheer leotard, halter-necked, but cut so high on the thighs that her legs looked endless. Patterns of white light played and danced ceaselessly across the fabric, unfolding flower patterns, silently exploding stars, diamonds and ruffles. The halter neck was very high and fastened tightly at her throat with a brilliantly jewelled choker, 4 rows of dazzling diamonds pressed into a thick band of solid platinum. While it seemed so thin and clung to her skin so tightly, the body stocking lifted and separated Effis's breasts so that they looked even fuller and rounder and shaped her waist. She appeared to be taller, trimmer. "What do you think?" Springer asked her. "The finest suit of dreamlight armour ever made." Effis stared at herself in the window and said, "This ain't supposed to be armour, is it? Don't feel like armour." Springer laid his hand appreciatively on her back. The dancing patterns of light sparkled along his fingers and around his fingertips. A few small sparks even showered from his lips as he spoke. "This suit will protect you from every lightweight weapon that has ever been encountered by the night warriors in 10 centuries of human dreams. The fabric's rather like the surface of a CD record. It's programmed to alter its structure to deal with anything that happens to be fired at it. Darts, arrows, Death Stars, stones, you name it. And a few things for which there are no names. For instance, what do you call a lance that's fashioned out of solid darkness and nothing else?" "You said it protects against lightweight weapons," Stanley put in. "What about heavyweight weapons?" Springer shook his gradually darkening hair. "Effis will be far too fast to have to worry about anything heavier. Once she started skating on a strong light source, she can pick up the momentum of the light itself and travel faster than you and I or anybody else can even think." "Right now, I don't know what to think," said Stanley. Effis did a twirl in the window and then lifted both arms. She wore full-length gloves, as fine and as lacy as her helmet. But along the outside edge of each glove, all the way from the tips of her little fingers to her elbows, was a thin folded fan of shining silver metal. "What are these for?" she wanted to know. "Those are your razor fans, your principal weapons," Springer told her. "You approach your target as fast as you can. You hold your arms straight out in front of you, hand flat. Then you flex the muscles in your arm and the razor fan opens up." Effis hesitated, but Springer lifted her right arm for her and showed her. Now, flex. Instantly, silently, the fan opened up into a series of 5 metal fins. The fin on the side of her hand was only 2 or 3 inches wide, but the fin on her wrist was a little wider, and the one halfway along her forearm a little wider still, until the fin at her elbow was over a foot wide. Effis turned her arm this way and that, and reflections from the shining fins skipped and shivered around the room. "I don't see how it works." "Crouch down like a skater," Springer instructed her. "Imagine you're traveling at 200 feet per second. That's not too fast. You can skate much faster than that. Hold both arms rigidly out in front of you, keeping your hands locked together like a diver. There's a whole row of demons in front of you, all right? You flex your muscles, your razor fans open up. You shout your battle cry, Ashapola, and you skate right through those demons on your ray of light, and you slice off everything that gets in your way." Effis relaxed her arm muscles, and the razor fan slowly closed. She looked uncertain. "I'm not too sure I like the sound of that." Springer shrugged. "Effis the Light Skater is one of the most feared of all the Night Warriors, believe me." "That still don't mean I like the sound of cutting people to bits." "Those who inspire the greatest fear in Ashapola's enemies have the greatest duty to perform," said Springer. "But before you say but, take a look at your skates. They've changed a great deal from the days when Elizabeth Pardo was Effis. In her day they were ash wood, with sharpened iron blades, and hand-ground lenses to take in the light. But so much of the Night Warrior's equipment has changed and developed. We would have been overwhelmed and routed centuries ago if we had allowed ourselves to remain complacent. Modern dreams require modern weaponry." Effis looked down. Little by little, a pair of skating boots materialized around her ankles. They were gleaming silver metal, streamlined and wedge-shaped, with clusters of 6 or 7 large white lenses around the ankles. The boots appeared to have no skates. Effis was standing flat on the floor. "This is the greatest advance," said Springer, hunkering down beside Effis. "In the 17th century, the light was taken in through the lenses, focused, and directed along the cutting edge of the blade, so that it acted as a lubricant between the skate and the ground surface. With these skates, the light is taken in through the lenses, intensified over 10,000 times, and guided by fiber optics through to the sole of the boot, where it forms an actual skate blade made of pure light." "But there's nothing there," Effis protested. "There will be when you're all charged up, believe me." At last they approached Gordon, who had just woken up from a restless doze on the sofa. Springer knelt down beside him and gently laid his hand on his scarf-wrapped wrist. Gordon's face was colourless, and his eyes were widely dilated. When he spoke, his voice was slurred, as if he were recovering from anaesthetic. Stanley wondered if Springer had somehow put him under to ease the shock and the pain of what had happened to him. No matter how miraculous Springer's healing might have been, the loss of a hand must still have been hideously traumatic. "Gordon," said Springer in a gentle voice, "how are you feeling?" "Terrible," Gordon replied. "I feel as if a gerbil's been sleeping in my mouth. Do you think I could have a drink of water?" "Of course. Stanley, would you mind? It's going to take you a week or 2 to get over the shock." "What were those things, those dog things?" "Guard dogs, if you like.
Witches create them for their own amusement, and also to serve them and protect them. You've read fairy stories about witches stealing children, Rapunzel, Hansel and Gretel. They're based on truth. Witches used to steal babies and children and meld them supernaturally with the bodies of dogs or cats or goats. The children were always promised that one day they would be changed back into human shape, but in return they had to serve and obey their mistress without question. Those boy dogs who attacked you at Tennyson were guarding the entrance to their mistress's memories. That rainy landscape, that barbaric world of pain and disease. Stanley brought Gordon a glass of water, which Gordon drank thirstily and unsteadily, spilling some of it down the front of his coat. The boy dogs were told to kill all intruders, whatever the cost, said Springer. You were lucky to escape with your lives. I left my hand behind, said Gordon. Springer slowly stood up and looked at Gordon with a mixture of compassion and acceptance. Stanley saw in his eyes the steadiness of somebody who knows that events must turn out as events must turn out, but somebody who can regret it all the same. There are greater conflicts in the universe than the squabbles of men. There are far more monstrous planets turning than the planet Earth, and far more agonizing losses than the loss of Gordon's hand. All the same, the distance between the Earth and Jupiter at conjunction was only 928 million kilometers, and the distance between Gordon and his lost hand was infinite. Springer said, Since you were born, Gordon, you were fated to lose that hand. You probably don't know it, but your great-great-grandfather lost the same hand when he was called to the service of the Night Warriors. And 3 generations before that, his great-great-grandfather also lost his left hand. But why? Asked Gordon in a hoarse voice. It was a sacrifice of a sort, a way of improving your ability to fight for Ashapola. Just as Amazon women removed one breast to make it easier for them to use a bow and arrow, your hand was given in the cause of the greatest battle of all. How the hell does losing my hand help me to fight better? Gordon demanded. Let me show you. Are you strong enough to stand? Gordon nodded. I think so. If I fall flat on my face, then you'll know that I'm not. Springer helped him up and guided him over to the middle of the room. Gordon walked unsteadily and swayed a little as he stood facing the window, but Springer stood close beside him and held his arm. You are Keldak, the fist fighter. Watch the window. This is your armor. Gordon said sarcastically, Fist fighter? With only one fist? But Springer said, Wait and watch. Slowly, the outline of a heavy, squarish helmet appeared around Gordon's head, a helmet of softly gleaming green metal, with the narrowest slit of a tinted visor. Attached to the left side of the helmet was a square illuminated grid, and, less than an inch away from this grid, hovering in the air, was a holographic image of a globe about 4 inches in diameter. Whichever way Keldak turned his head, the globe remained hovering at the same distance from the left side of his helmet, like an obedient planet. You use the globe to aim your weapon, Springer told him. When the time comes for you to go into combat, it will swing around in front of your eyes, and you will be able to create a model of your adversary within it. Once your adversary has been targeted, and his image has been locked into the globe, he can never escape, even if it eludes you at that particular moment, and you don't come across it again until months or even years later. Below his helmet,
Keldak's chest and stomach were protected by green metallic body armour. A shaped triangular codpiece of the same green metal protected his genitals and was fastened tightly between his buttocks with a thin leather strap. He wore green metallic boots with illuminated studs all the way down the sides, but otherwise he was naked. "So, where's my weapon?" he asked. He raised his bare right fist. "This isn't going to be very much use against demons. Come on, Springer. I couldn't punch my way out of a wet paper bag." Springer smiled and said, "Hold up your left wrist." Keldak did as he was told. Springer took hold of it and carefully unwrapped the scarf, baring the swollen skin of his stump. Although it was still reddened, it was miraculous how well it had healed. With conventional medicine, Keldak would probably have still been undergoing surgery. Springer said, "The power that I'm going to give you now is only a tiny proportion of the power that Kha'Zix the Charge-Keeper will give you, but it will be sufficient for a demonstration." He closed his eyes for a moment, still gripping Keldak's left wrist. Keldak glanced uncertainly at Stanley, but all that Stanley could do was to shrug. He couldn't guess what was going to happen any more than Keldak could. Angie whispered, "It's unbelievable, innit?" So gradually that Stanley couldn't be sure at first that he was not simply imagining it, a pale, luminous hand shape appeared on the end of Keldak's left wrist. Springer kept his eyes tightly closed, and, with each passing second, the luminous hand grew brighter and brighter until it shone almost as brightly as a halogen lamp. Keldak turned his wrist this way and that, staring at the dazzling hand in amazement. It threw vast, distorted shadows of all of them around the room. "I can feel it," he said. "I can actually feel it. I can wiggle my fingers." "It's 100% pure power," said Springer, opening his eyes. "When Kha'Zix has charged you up, it will be absolutely blinding. On the left side of your chest armor, you will find a gauntlet. Normally, your fist will remain covered, but when you are ready to fight, you will pull off the gauntlet, target your fist, and release it." Keldak frowned. "Release it?" "Do you want to try it?" asked Springer. "Why not target that vase?" On the opposite side of the room, on the floor, stood a tall black glass vase, containing a stylized arrangement of silvery dried honesty. "Are you sure?" asked Keldak. "Go ahead. Everything's replaceable." Keldak hesitated for a moment, then raised his right hand and slid a small switch on the left of his breastplate. Immediately, silently, unerringly, the holographic globe quarter-circled around from the side of his helmet and floated right in front of his narrow visor. "How did I know how to do that?" he asked in bewilderment. "The skills of the night warriors are passed mystically from generation to generation," said Springer. "With a little practice, you will become as adept as your forefathers. Now, target the vase." Keldak pressed a series of small illuminated buttons on his breastplate, and a three-dimensional picture of the vase began to build up inside the sphere. It took no more than 3 or 4 seconds. Once it was done, Keldak pressed another button, and the glove returned to its parked position on the left side of his helmet. "Raise your arm," Springer instructed him. Keldak did as he was told, looking quickly at Stanley and Angie for reassurance. "All right. Fire." "Fire? Go ahead. Don't you know how to do it?" Keldak began, but without warning, his shining left fist shot from the end of his arm with a startling sh-crack and punched the vase from over 10 feet away. The vase exploded in a fine spray of glittering black glass, and the sprigs of honesty were tossed across the floor. Springer laughed. Keldak looked down at his stump. Another hand had already appeared, more pale and ghostly this time. "That's amazing," he said. "That's absolutely amazing." "Of course, your combat fist will be infinitely more powerful," Springer explained, "and each new fist will normally be just as powerful as the one before it. That's until you run short of charge. Then you'll have to go back to Kazakh's for more." Keldak's armor and helmet faded, leaving Gordon standing tiredly in the middle of the room. "Come on," Springer urged him. "Sit down. You've had enough for one night." Gordon returned to the sofa. Stanley drained his vodka glass and went to the kitchen to help himself to a refill. Springer followed him and stood in the doorway watching him as he poured himself what British India hands would have called a borough peg, 3 fingers and a splash more. "Well?" asked Springer. Somehow he was beginning to change again, to become younger and more feminine. His hair seemed silkier and longer than it had just a moment ago when he was showing Keldak his armor. "Well, what?" asked Stanley. "Do you want me to say that I'm impressed?" "All right, I'm impressed. I can't say that I'm delighted, but I'm impressed." "I hope you don't expect me to pretend that being a night warrior isn't anything but a burdensome and dangerous responsibility," said Springer, in a tone that almost turned his words into a question. "But your forefathers made promises which bind you today, and which bind your children, and which will bind your children's children." "The sins of the fathers visited on the sons," said Stanley caustically into his vodka glass. Springer said, "You do understand, don't you, that for you personally, finding and destroying Isabel Gowdie isn't just a matter of controlling this epidemic of night plague. It's your only hope of saving your soul, Stanley." "I'm not sure how much I want my soul to be saved." "Well, you'll feel that way a lot of the time. That's one of the symptoms. You'll feel depressed and hopeless. You may even feel suicidal." Stanley said nothing, but swallowed more vodka and shivered. Springer came up to him. He was much smaller now, and his blonde hair was almost touching his shoulders. He had become a young girl of 18 or 19, very slim, almost breastless, with dreamy, heavy-lidded eyes and a delicate mouth. "I've seen the carriers come and go," Springer told him. "I've even managed to follow them 2 or 3 times. They've been searching for more night warriors to infect. But I still have no idea where Isabel Gowdie might be, not even a clue. You'll have to go into her dreams to find her." "What are our chances if we do?" "Better than your chances if you don't." "So, when do we start looking for her?" asked Stanley. "Just as soon as Kazakh's the charge-keeper and the 5th night warrior arrive." "The 5th night warrior?" "Zaster the knife juggler. His forefather was killed too, when Isabel Gowdie ignited the rat-catcher's brain. He has to have his revenge." Stanley said, "How soon are they coming?" "Within 2 or 3 days. No longer." "And how are we supposed to know when they arrive?" "You'll know. I promise you. You'll know for sure." Stanley looked at Springer, pretty and youthful and gentle as a young animal, and for no reason that he could truly comprehend, the most appalling feeling of dread came over him. Chapter 6. Rotten Rags. The telephone was ringing when Stanley and Angie arrived back at Stanley's flat at 7:30 that morning. They had driven Gordon home first, and then borrowed Gordon's car to get back to Langton Street. Stanley had been obliged to let Angie do the driving, even though she hadn't yet passed her test. He had never driven a car with a manual gearbox before, especially not a shuddering, rusty, rubbish-littered junker like Gordon's Montego. The morning was gloomy and fog-bound, and even though it wasn't raining, the deserted streets of Fulham and Chelsea were shining with wet. It was so bitterly cold that Stanley had kept his hands thrust deep in his pockets. He first heard the phone as he slotted the key into the downstairs door. "What are you going to do?" he asked Angie. "Drive straight back to Herbert Gardens or stay for some breakfast?" "Ain't you going to answer the phone?" Angie wanted to know. "It's a wrong number, more than likely. I get dozens of them. Is Stephanie in, mostly? I think this flat used to be rented by the most industrious call girl in Fulham. Don't worry. If it's all that important, they'll call back later." Angie looked at her wristwatch. "All right. I'll have a cup of coffee. Don't suppose Brenda and Sharon are awake yet, anyway. They usually have a lie-in Saturdays." They went upstairs, and Stanley opened the door to his flat. The phone continued to ring, but he didn't answer it straight away. He drew back the curtains and switched on the lights first, and stripped off his coat. Only then did he pick up the receiver and tuck it under his chin. "Miss Thompson doesn't live here any more, I'm sorry to say," he answered. Then he paused and listened, and the expression on his face slowly melted from tired flippant to tired serious. "Eve? Eve, what's wrong?" He placed his hand over the receiver and said to Angie, "It's my ex. She's calling from San Francisco." Angie had dropped onto the big brown sofa and was sitting with her knees tucked up. There were violet smudges of exhaustion under her eyes. She didn't say anything, but untied the ribbon around her firework-style hair and shook it loose like a poodle. Eve said, "What time is it? I tried to call you earlier, but there was no reply." "It's 7:35 in the morning." "Did I wake you?" "I've been out. That's why you couldn't get me before." "You've been out all night?" "Eve, we're not married anymore. I can do what I like." "Stanley, my father's had a coronary. He's very, very sick." "I'm sorry to hear that, Eve. Where is he?" "He's still in Napa right now, but Dr. Fishman is talking about transferring him to the Polk Clinic in San Francisco when he's strong enough." "Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Eve. Is he conscious?" "He can understand what we say to him, but he can't speak just yet." "Well, tell him how sorry I am. And if there's anything that I can do—" "As a matter of fact, Stanley, that's why I'm calling. There is something that you can do." Stanley looked across at Angie and rolled his eyes up to show her that Eve was going on again, the way she always went on. Angie grinned at him. "Stanley, I'd like you to take care of Leon for a while." "You'd like me to what?" "Stanley, it isn't much to ask. Leon's so upset about his grandfather, and he misses you so bad. I just think it would do him so much good if he could join you in London for a month. It would get him away from all of this trauma, and it would reestablish your relationship, too. Don't you think that's important? Father and son?" "That's not what your lawyer told my lawyer the last time they spoke on the subject of visitation rights. Your lawyer told my lawyer that you would rather have Leon spend weekends with the Wolfman than spend any time with me." "I was upset, Stanley. Now I'm not upset. Well, not as upset as I was then." "You mean this time you need me?" "All right, Stanley, I need you. Leon needs you. Maybe you need Leon, too, even if you don't need me." "Eve, it's very early in the morning. I haven't slept all night, and this is getting too complicated. What exactly are you proposing to do?"
"I want to put Leon on the 6:25 Pan Am Clipper tomorrow night. I want you to meet him at London Airport. If you can have him in London for 3 weeks minimum, that'll be wonderful. If you can have him longer, well, That would be even more wonderful."
Stanley was silent for a very long time. He didn't intend to play with the Kensington Chamber Orchestra for at least another month. That was if he ever played anything with anyone ever again. The thought of opening up his violin case made him feel cold with anxiety. It might be teeming with worms. His violin might have collapsed into soft, silent dust. There might be something worse in there, something infinitely vile. Angie came over and stood beside him and looked directly into his eyes.
"What is it?"
she asked him. "My ex wants my son to come stay with me, here in London."
"Why not? I'll help you. It might be a laugh."
Eve said,
"Stanley? Stanley? Are you still there?"
"Yes, Eve, I'm still here."
"Well, will you have him? He's your own flesh and blood after all."
Stanley nodded wearily. "All right. Eve, pack his bag and send him over. What did you say, the 625 Clipper from San Francisco?"
"PA 126. For goodness sake, make sure you're there waiting for him. And call me when he arrives. Don't wait to get home. Call me from the airport."
"You've got it."
"Stanley?"
"Yes, Eve."
"Nothing. I know this is short notice, Stanley, and I really do appreciate your having him, especially after everything that's happened."
"You made it happen, sugar, not me."
"Stanley,
It's too late, Eve. It's all too late. Just give my best to your old man, would you? And tell your old lady I take it all back what I said about her black-bottom pie. And tell Leon I love him." He put down the phone. For some odd reason, he suddenly thought of what Springer had said to him about the other two night warriors.
"You'll know when they arrive."
Angie said,
"You don't look particularly chuffed about him coming."
"I don't know. I don't know what to think. Everything's so weird. That house last night. All that stuff about night warriors. I feel like I'm losing my marbles."
"Oh, cheer up,"
Angie insisted. She was standing very close to him, and when he tried to move away, she caught hold of his shirt sleeve. "I was going to perk some coffee," he told her. She still didn't let go of his sleeve.
"I don't think you're losing your marbles, you know," she told him. "It's true, all of it."
"You're very sure, all of a sudden?"
"I've caught it too. That's why,"
she said, in a challenging voice. "You've caught what?"
"That disease that Springer was talking about. That night plague. I've caught it too. Caught it from you. I know what it feels like, because I can feel it inside of myself. I feel like shouting out loud. I feel like hitting you hard as I can. I feel like scratching your eyes out. I can't stand the sight of you. But I want to go to bed with you too. I want to go to bed with you and do it, and do it, and do it in every single way you can think of, and never stop."
Stanley slowly lifted her hand away from his sleeve. "Why not? She's a beautiful girl. And if she's really desperate for it, why not? Don't you remember what you said to Eve? Eve, we're not married anymore. I can do what I like. Prove it. Prove you can do what you like. Take her to bed and do it." "You're overtired, that's all," he heard himself saying.
"Stanley, I'm not. I've caught it."
"How could you have caught it?"
"We had it away, didn't we? We had a dream that we had it away. That's when I caught it."
Stanley laid his hands on her shoulders, almost fatherly. "Angie, you're overtired. That's all there is to it. I know what Springer said about passing on the night plague in dreams, but it's far more likely that you're exhausted and that you're still suffering from shock. Let's face up to it. What happened last night was pretty damned extraordinary." Angie stared at him for a long, tense second, her body taut,
her back straight, her lower lip quivering.
"Stan," she said, "I've caught it."
He lowered his head, trying to be patient. "Listen, sweetheart."
"I've caught it, you stupid bastard! I've caught it!"
She tore open the 2 top buttons of her clinging red woolen dress. Then she wrenched the wool apart, exposing her scarlet nylon bra, filled to overflowing with her brimming white breasts. She wrenched the wool again and again and tore the dress completely off, so that she was standing in front of him in her scarlet bra and her scarlet pantyhose and her high-heeled scarlet shoes, and that was all. Stanley said, "Angie, this just isn't the time or the—" "Why not? Why not? Look at those breasts. Look at the way those pantyhose are tucked tight right between her legs."
"Impossible! Not you and me! Especially if Springer's right and we're—"
"You could lose your whole hand in those breasts, like plunging your fingers into soft bread dough."
"Can't do it! Can't even think about doing it!"
Angie paused. Her eyes seemed to be unfocused, as if she were high or hypnotized. In exaggeratedly slow motion, she reached behind her and unfastened the clasp of her bra. Her breasts swung bare, with tiny, tight, sugar-pink nipples.
"Angie,"
Stanley began, but the look in her eyes was enough to convince him to stay back. Her pupils were so widely dilated that he felt that if he looked into them with a flashlight, he would be able to see right down inside of her body, all the way down to the soles of her feet. She kicked off her shoes, and then she tugged down her pantyhose, stepping out of them and tossing them aside. Completely naked, she stood in front of him again. He hadn't realized how short she was without her high heels. Her nipples were on the same level as his waist. "Look at her. Look at that body. Smell that perfume. Smell that sex. She wants you so much that she has tears in her eyes."
"I want it," she mouthed.
He said nothing, couldn't think of anything to say.
"I want it," she repeated.
He turned away, towards the window. Outside, in the foggy air, he could see wood smoke lying almost horizontal a few feet above the ground, motionless, unstirred by any wind, and a muddy, rutted field, and a half-collapsed building that looked like a pig farm or an abattoir. He could see people walking through the fog huddled in grey blankets and tattered shawls. People who walked as if they had nowhere to go and no hope whatever.
"I want it,"
said Angie inside of his mind. Then, without any further warning, she took one step forward and raked her rough-bitten nails all the way down his left cheek, tearing the skin 3 layers deep. The sting of nails was instant and excruciating. It hurt so much that for a split second he thought that she had thrown acid at him. But his reaction was so fast that he had slapped her across the face before he had even decided whether he was going to retaliate or not. She slapped him back almost as quickly. He slapped her again.
"You bastard!"
she screeched at him. Her face had turned into a contorted mask, terrifying in its hate and its intensity.
"You bastard!"
He seized hold of her wrist and twisted her around, jamming her hand up between her shoulder blades in a hammer lock. She screamed and kicked and tried to struggle her way free.
"Bastard! Bastard! Bastard! Bastard!"
But he managed to snatch her other wrist and catch both hands behind her back, gripping both of her wrists in his left hand. He forced her forward in an awkward 4-legged dance. She spat at him over her shoulder and swore at him filthily, a monotonous litany of blasphemy and hatred and dirt. She staggered, and he pushed her against the door, which slammed shut.
He pressed his weight against her, keeping her hands high up between her shoulder blades and forcing them higher whenever she kicked back at him. "God, you bastard, I'm going to kill you for this, you bastard!" He grunted, pushed her harder. Her bare breasts were squashed against the panels of the door. With his free hand, he tugged loose his belt buckle, wrenched at his buttons, tore open his zipper. His hardened penis rose from his shorts like a thick sculpture in dark red marble, the gleaming heart-shaped head, the corded shaft. If she's crying out for it, the whore, she can have it. She can have it hard, and she can have it till she screams at me to stop, and then she can have it some more. He opened her up with his fingers, stretched her lips apart. She shrieked and tried to break free, but he stretched her even wider. He was grunting. He could hear himself grunting. He sounded more like a beast than a human, a savage, crouching, primitive creature with a rearing erection. He pushed himself into her, right up as far as he could go, forcing her even harder against the door. He pushed her again and again, and she wrestled and swore at him, but he kept on pushing even when she screamed, and his whole mind was filled up with shattering blackness, like the black glass vase that Keldak had shattered with his explosive fist of light. He could feel his climax tightening between his legs. "Bastard!" she was screaming at him. "Bastard! Bastard! Bastard! 1,000 times bastard!" He said, "Oh, God!" But at that moment she roared at him, "No!" and twisted herself around so violently that she broke his grip on her wrists. She dropped to her knees in front of him, seized his buttocks with fingers that dug into his flesh like claws, and pulled him forward into her open mouth, deeper than he could have believed possible, as deep as he could go. He gripped her hair, wound it around his fingers. He felt her teeth catching at his skin. God, she's going to bite it off. Then climaxed in terror and pain and incomprehensible ecstasy, quaking and crying out as if all the doors of hell had slammed at once. She said something. He couldn't understand what. She swallowed and swallowed again. Then it was over, and they lay side by side on the carpet, staring at each other and saying nothing, their fingertips touching. That was all. And Stanley was sure and certain that Springer had been telling them the truth. They were in danger of losing not only their morals, but their mortal souls. And there was only one way for them to save themselves. They slept for most of the morning. Stanley woke at 10 after 11 and lay staring at the ceiling for a while. He felt tired and nauseous, and his mouth was filled with sickly-tasting saliva. Without waking Angie, he eased himself out of bed and tippy-toed through to the bathroom. He switched on the fluorescent light over the bathroom mirror. He stared at himself. His face appeared to be grey and bloated, like a man who has been found drowned in the Thames. His left cheek was scored with 4 scab-encrusted parallel lines where Angie had scratched it. There were reddened bite marks on his neck, too, and on his shoulders. "Stanley," he told himself, "you look like you fought a monkey in a trash can and lost." His stomach gurgled, and his mouth was filled with bile. He spat it out and reached for the water glass, but as he did so, he suddenly coughed. He could feel something twisted and rubbery caught in his throat, and his stomach rebelled against it so violently that he let out a huge, cackling retch and bent double over the wash-basin. His throat contracted again and again, and slowly, out of his stretched-open mouth, he forced out a tangled mass of brown squid's legs, glistening and suckered, and still curling and uncurling as if they were alive, all stuck together with a wet grey mass that looked like hair and soap scum that had been cleared out of a blocked bathroom drain. The thing completely choked him, so that he couldn't cry out. He retched and retched again, shuddering with pain and disgust, his eyes crowded with tears. Just when he thought it was going to suffocate him, it gave a last convulsive wriggle and dropped into the wash basin, where it lay writhing and twisting and unrolling, as if it, too, was suffering agonizing pain. Stanley bent his head over the bath and turned on the cold faucet as far as it would go, and splashed handful after handful of water into his mouth. His stomach was still growling and protesting, and he couldn't stop himself from convulsing in horror. At last, however, he sniffed and stood up and dragged a bath towel from the rail and momentarily buried his face in it. When he looked back at the wash basin, the tentacles were still wriggling, and he had to cover his mouth with his hand to prevent himself from puking yet again. He heard Angie calling from the bedroom, "Stan? Stanley? Are you all right?"
"I'm okay," he choked back. "I'm okay. Just don't come in here."
"Stan, what's the matter?"
"I'm fine. I've been sick, that's all. Just don't come in here."
The thing in the wash basin was trying slowly and painfully to slide up the sides of the slippery white ceramic. Stanley swallowed and shuddered. It was alive, damn it. It was really alive. It almost made him heave, just to think that it must have been growing inside of his stomach. He picked up the lavatory brush and tried to poke it back down into the basin, but immediately its tentacles twisted themselves around the bristles, and it started to climb out of the basin, dripping grey juice. Stanley smacked the brush smartly against the side of the basin, but the thing refused to release its grip. Whatever it was tenacious and resilient, and it was determined to get out of the basin. He smacked the brush again and again, but still the thing clung on. "Stanley! What are you doing?" Angie demanded. "Don't come in here, that's all." He dropped the lavatory brush, wrenched open the bathroom door, and hurried across the hallway to the living room. A half bottle of Vibarova stood on the mantelpiece over the fire, beneath a strange painting of Prince Balthazar Carlos with a dwarf. He picked up the bottle, and then crossed to the bureau in the corner and took a box of Swan matches out of the drawer. By the time he returned to the bathroom, the tentacled thing had succeeded in struggling painfully up the head of the lavatory brush and was beginning to entwine its suckers around the handle. His hands shaking, Stanley emptied the vodka bottle all over it. The instant the spirit touched it, the thing suddenly writhed and wriggled, and Stanley breathed "shit" and jumped smartly back, knocking his knee against the side of the bath. But he steadied himself for long enough to fumble a match out of the box and strike it. The match flared, but then its head dropped off onto the floor and sizzled out. Stanley scrabbled desperately in the box for another one. Already the dripping thing was halfway out of the wash basin, trying to overbalance itself onto the floor. Stanley struck the match once, twice, then tossed it while it was still blazing into the middle of the creature's tentacles. There was a soft, crackling whoomph, and the thing was engulfed in a halo of blue flame. Stanley kept his back pressed against the cold tiles on the opposite wall of the bathroom as the thing lashed and twisted and shuddered in agony. The lavatory brush caught alight, too, and the bathroom began to fill with thick, looping curls of acrid smoke and black feathers of burned plastic. Gradually, the thing in the wash basin puckered and shriveled, its glistening tentacles drying out and curling up, its grey slime reduced to a fibrous ash. The flames guttered and burned out. Stanley cautiously approached the wash basin, picked up the handle of the half-burned brush, and prodded the thing to make sure that it was dead. To his fascinated disgust, the brown, mushroom-wrinkled skin in the middle of the thing peeled open, and he saw a single dead eye looking up at him. He prodded the creature, hesitated, then lifted it up with the brush and dropped it into the lavatory. He flushed it, and immediately it was swirled away. He was still staring into the lavatory when the bathroom door opened and Angie came in, wrapped in a sheet.
"Gordon Bennett," she said, "what the hell's been going on in here?"
Stanley ushered her out of the bathroom and back into the bedroom, closing the door behind him. He went quickly across to the window and tugged open the drapes. Outside, the landscape was the same as it had been last night. Dreary, rain-swept marshes, squalid buildings, and a girl pushing a handcart laden with joggling corpses. "Can you see that?" he asked Angie, taking her by the arm. She nodded, her face pale.
"What is it? What does it mean?"
"I'm not sure. But don't you remember what Springer said? That it was raining inside Tennyson because Isabel Gowdie was dreaming it was raining, the way that it used to rain there before the house was built. Well, the same thing must be happening here. If you ask me, this is Isabel Gowdie's memory of what this part of London looked like before the night warriors finally got to her and locked her up. She can make her own dream world exist at the same time as our world. She can make all these fields and these buildings look as if they're really there. Maybe they are really there. Her dreams are so damned strong that they have as much reality as the real thing."
"But how can it be a dream if I'm not asleep?"
asked Angie. "It's a dream, but it's not your dream.
That's why you can't work out whether you're asleep or awake."
"It doesn't matter whether you're asleep or awake, because you're not dreaming it yourself. That's why you and I were able to have an identical dream about making love. It wasn't our dream at all. It was hers. It was Isabel Gowdie's."
"But how can we be in somebody else's dream?"
asked Angie. "I don't know. That's what Knitted Hood asked me. Who's dreaming whom? Maybe there's no real answer to that. Maybe, in a way, we're all dreaming each other. You know, Jung's idea about everybody sharing the same unconscious mind. When you come to think about it, it would account for a whole lot of things, wouldn't it? Psychic experiences, mind reading, premonitions." It was plain that Angie didn't really follow what Stanley was trying to say, but she must have thought it sounded convincing, because she nodded as if she did. Stanley said, "Maybe witches weren't really witches at all, not flying around on broomsticks or anything, but women who happened to understand the power of the human mind and can use it to their own advantage."
"Trouble is, how can we get ourselves cured?" asked Angie. "I mean, Stan, I like you ever so much, but we can't go on doing what we did this morning. I mean, I just don't love you. I mean, not that much."
In his mind's eye, Stanley experienced a flickering instamatic picture of Angie's eyes wide open as he climaxed, his fingers entangled in her hair. He said, "If Springer was telling us the truth, we have to find Isabel Gowdie wherever she is and kill her."
"But we can't do it until the rest of the what's-her-names get here, can we? The rest of the night warriors."
"I don't know," Stanley told her. "For you and me, it's urgent. Maybe we should try making a start today."
"What? Actually go outside? Just as we are? Without any armour or nothing?"
Stanley went right up to the window and stared out at the gloomy, rain-glistening fields. The grey Thames clay looked like the clay of a freshly dug communal grave. "I don't know. Why not?
The sooner we find her, the sooner we can get ourselves cured."
Angie stood with her sheet wound around her like a Roman toga.
"I don't think we ought to," she said dubiously. "I don't think Springer would like it, would he? Or she, or whatever he is. It's a bit like jumping the gun, ain't it?"
"Let's get dressed," Stanley suggested. "Then, if the fields are still there when we go outside, let's go looking for Isabel Gowdie. How about that?"
"What about all those dead people out there?"
"They're dead. What can they do?"
"Well, nothing. But what did they die of?"
"Bubonic plague, I expect. But don't let it worry you. These days we have a cure for bubonic plague."
"Oh, thanks a lot."
They dressed. Angie was more modest this morning and turned her back on him. He couldn't help noticing the red bruises and the scratch marks on her shoulders and her bottom, however. It seemed extraordinary to think that he had practically raped her this morning. Now they were talking to each other in their actual, uninfected roles, as two affectionate acquaintances with nothing at all in common. Stanley glanced towards the window, partly to make sure that Isabel Gowdie's dreadful dream landscape was still there, partly because he had felt something quiver in his consciousness, like a spider suddenly quivering on its web.
"Swathe through the—"
A few feet away from the broken-down fence of the pig farm stood Knitted Hood, motionless, the shoulders of his raincoat dark with rain. Had Langton Street been there, instead of this nightmare hallucination of the 17th century, he would have been standing exactly where he had stood on the morning that he attacked Stanley and infected him with the night plague, on the opposite corner, beside the postbox. Stanley shivered. He felt one reality overlapping with another, dream upon dream, until he couldn't be sure if he was really seeing Isabel Gowdie's dream, or if he was dreaming that he was, or if Knitted Hood was dreaming that he was. He saw Langton Street as it was today. He saw it run backwards through 1,000 changes, 300 years, skipping and dancing in front of his eyes like a speeded-up movie in reverse. Passers-by blurred this way and that along the sidewalks, their lives no more than an evanescent flicker of light. Vehicles whirled around the street in a furious phantom carousel. Bicycles, horse-drawn carriages, pushcarts, hansom cabs, horses. Trees flared up and shrank away again. Clouds raced threateningly overhead. Houses tumbled apart. Cottages collapsed. And then there was nothing outside his window but the rain and the mud and the silent, patient figure of Knitted Hood. More like a diseased hawk than a man. His perfect face, nothing but a white smudge in the shadow of his hood. Angie said, "Are you sure you want to do this, Stan?" Stanley tugged on a thick maroon polo-neck sweater. "Couldn't be sure," he replied, although the only certainty he felt was a panic so rigid that he could almost feel it in his chest. "Let's go, huh? There's a raincoat in the hall closet you can borrow." They went downstairs. The house was gloomy and deserted. The only sound was the rustling of Angie's raincoat as she shrugged it on, and the noise of their feet on the thinly carpeted stairs. In the hall, before Stanley opened the door, Angie caught hold of his hand. "I hope you realise this is mad," she said. Stanley gave her a humourless nod. "I mean, walking off into some old witch's dream. It's totally bonkers. I mean, what happens if she wakes up? And we're right in the middle of a brick wall or something?" "I don't know." Angie looked away, hesitant. Then she said,
"I'm scared."
"We have to do it, Angie. We don't have any choice."
Supposing—"
Angie began, but she couldn't find the words. Stanley lifted the collar of her raincoat and fastened up the top button for her in a distinctively fatherly way. He kissed her on the forehead. "You and me, we've both fallen foul of some kind of fight between the probably good guys and the very, very super mega evil guys. The problem is we have to get involved. Otherwise this thing in our heads is going to make us wilder and weirder, and if we don't end up killing each other, we'll probably end up killing somebody else. And spreading this night plague around to God knows how many unsuspecting people every time we dream." Angie said,
"You're just as scared as what I am, ain't you?"
"Yes," Stanley admitted. "I'm just as scared as what you are."
"One more thing," said Angie. "What was you burning in the bathroom?"
"You don't want to know."
"It must have been something horrible. It smelled horrible."
"Listen, believe me, you really don't want to know."
"Was it something to do with you being ill?"
Stanley said, "Yes, it was. But just remember, I've had this infection longer than you, and if we find Isabel Gowdie, well, we'll put an end to this plague before the same thing happens to you." Angie said nothing, but it was clear from the expression on her face that Stanley had decided her. They had to go and hunt for the witch, and they had to find her soon. What they had done this morning, the brutality of their sex together, was disturbing enough. But already Stanley had begun to have jagged splinters of fantasy about forcing Angie into even more sadistic and ferocious acts, and to encourage her to inflict pain on him, too. Chains and locks and straps and blood. His fantasies weren't only about Angie either. He continually glimpsed zoetropic images of greeting Leon at Heathrow Airport, shaking hands with him, and squeezing him so tightly that he crushed all the bones in his fingers. "Welcome to London, you little asswipe," and then laughing a huge Vincent Price laugh while Leon screamed. He thought about catching the cat that caught all the mice and fledglings around Langton Street and shutting its head in a car door. Crunch. And how would the car's owner react when he came back to his vehicle and found a cat's body standing with the patience of rigor mortis beside his fender? "We shall cut a swathe," said Stanley inside his head. "We are the pestilence that was promised." He opened the front door. The fields were still there. Rain pattered on the churned-up clay, creating thousands and thousands of greasy grey puddles wherever they looked. There was a strange smell in the air, wet and pungent, with a hint of sharpness in it. It was the smell of air that had never known the pollution of automobiles or factories, but which was cider tangy with horse manure and pig's urine, and sweet-laden with charcoal burning and death. Nobody could have prepared Stanley for the overwhelming smell of death.
"God, it don't half stink,"
Angie complained.
"Is this what it was really like, back in history?"
Stanley took a cautious step into the mud. He sank up to his ankle, but after 2 or 3 inches, the clay seemed reasonably firm. He looked around, at the run-down cottages, at the scrubby trees and gorse bushes, at the neutral grey English sky which conceded nothing and promised nothing. Plague that was. "What year do you think this is?" asked Stanley. His voice seemed oddly flat, as if he were speaking in a closed room.
"Search me,"
Angie replied, taking hold of his hand to steady herself.
"This mud's going to ruin me shoes."
"I'll buy you another pair, okay?"
"Not like these. I got 'em from Footloose."
Stanley narrowed his eyes against the rain. He could see the pig farm only 20 or 30 yards away, its thatched roof dripping, its slatted walls black with wet rot. Knitted Hood seemed to have disappeared, although he could easily have concealed himself behind the piggery or a nearby copse of leprous-looking silver birches, or even beyond the horizon, because the fields sloped so dramatically towards the Thames, the horizon was only 100 yards away, and who could guess what lay beyond it?
We are the plague that was.
They trudged through the mud to the pig farm and looked around it. It was deserted, except for a starved and half-bald black cat that stared at them hysterically out of the darkness. A witch's familiar without a witch.
"Here, pussy, pussy, pussy,"
Angie coaxed it. "I wouldn't encourage it if I were you," Stanley told her. "Most domestic animals in the 17th century must have had some kind of disease."
"Still, wish I brought a tin of whiskers with me," said Angie.
They walked eastwards, trudging and stumbling through the ruts and the puddles. The rain continued to drum down on them, cold and casual and unrelenting.
Promised, promised, promised.
Stanley was surprised how hilly London was. It was so built up that he had always thought of it as reasonably flat, especially in comparison with his home city of San Francisco. But in spite of lying in the muddy basin of the Thames, the terrain undulated at least as much as New York's. They plodded up a long, low incline, and when they reached the top of it, they were able to see the river off to their right, dull as unpolished pewter in the morning light. A few barges and triangular-sailed boats hung suspended in the haze. Off to their left, a line of grey, forbidding hills overlooked London from the north, hills that would one day be Highgate and Hampstead and Harrow-on-the-Hill. Ravens wheeled slowly through the rain, silent and tattered and menacing. Directly ahead of them, through a pall of rain and pungent wood smoke, they could see the cluttered rooftops of the City of London. It was nothing like Stanley had expected. No steeples, no spires, no grandiose guild buildings, no palaces. Instead, it was a squalid huddle of narrow streets and low, dilapidated buildings, surrounded by woods and fields and a sprawling makeshift community of sheds and shanties. He remembered from high school history that the Great Fire of London had raged for over 4 days, but he had never been taught that it had devastated 13,000 houses, St. Paul's Cathedral, 90 parish churches, the Guildhall, jails, markets, 52 halls, countless other public buildings, and that it had made nearly 250,000 people homeless. It was the wretched dwellings of those homeless people that he was looking at now.
For yea, we shall cut a swathe through the world.
And outside London, the Great Plague had still not subsided. They were close enough now to be able to hear the dolorous tolling of a single bell, and the squalling of a hungry child, and dogs barking. There was another sound in the background, too, a low, persistent moaning, like the wind blowing under a door, or hundreds of monks humming a dirge, or mourners at a Spanish funeral.
"Do you think it's safe?"
asked Angie. Her hair was dripping wet now, and there was a smudge of mud on her cheek. "I don't know. It's only a dream."
"It's not our dream, though, is it?"
"It's a dream all the same."
"The rain's wet. The mud's muddy. It can't be that much of a dream."
Stanley wiped his face with his hand. "I guess that's a risk we're just going to have to take. We have to find Isabel Gowdie. We don't have any damn choice."
"Do you think you're going to find her here?"
"Maybe." The idea is to look for my ancestors, the Eisner family. If anybody can tell me, they can.
But if this is Isabel Gowdie's dream, she's not going to let you find her, is she?
I'm not too sure about that. I have a feeling she might. I think that's why Knitted Hood turned up at Kew Gardens. He was encouraging me to follow him. It was only because Madeline Springer intervened that I didn't.
He's here now,
said Angie, taking hold of Stanley's arm. Stanley peered over to the far left, in the direction that Angie had indicated. She was right. Knitted Hood was standing, grey and tall, beside a half-collapsed lean-to. A damp fire was burning close by, and every now and then he disappeared from view behind the smoke. But there was no doubt that he was watching them, and waiting for them. "It begins to make sense now," said Stanley. "Isabel Gowdie wants me for some reason, and the only way to make sure that I absolutely had to come was to send Knitted Hood to give me the night plague."
"Why do you think she wants you so much?"
asked Angie. It was miserably cold here on the outskirts of the city, and she was shivering. "I don't know. I guess we're just going to have to find her and ask her ourselves." Knitted Hood vanished in the smoke. Stanley looked up at the sky and frowned. "It looks like it's beginning to get dark. We'd better get our asses in gear." They plodded along a narrow track of poisonous black mud, churned up by cartwheels and horses, and stinking of horse urine. As they approached the centre of the city, huts and hovels and cottages began to crowd close to the sides of the track, and Stanley and Angie found themselves being suspiciously watched from almost every window and every door. The denizens of Isabel Gowdie's dream London were silent, mealy-faced and surly. Almost all of them were misshapen or crippled or ugly. A boy with a huge encephalitic head watched them from an upstairs window. A woman with a raw cleft palate stood beside a fence, her front teeth and her nasal cavities exposed, whistling and dribbling. A large-nosed man with no arms or legs sat propped up on a filthy mud-caked cushion, his head protected from the rain by a huge drooping hat made out of whaleskin, watching them and singing to himself as they passed.
"Gut the pig and bite the toad, kill the cat that crossed the road."
Mangy and nasty-looking dogs roamed everywhere, and 4 or 5 of them began to follow Stanley and Angie as they penetrated deeper and deeper into this grotesque parody of 17th century London. Stanley was amazed that Isabel Gowdie's dreaming imagination was so vivid and so detailed and so multi-layered. But any woman who could work her influence across 3.5 centuries must have an exceptional mind. And, of course, she had the power of Satan on her side.
"We are going to be able to get back, aren't we?"
asked Angie. Stanley took hold of her hand and gave it a quick, reassuring squeeze. In truth, he had no idea whether they would ever be able to return to their own reality. They could be trapped here forever, like 2 ants underneath an overturned ashtray, walking around and never being able to find a way out. Maybe Isabel Gowdie would destroy them, the way that she had destroyed Stanley's ancestors. His fear lay in the bottom of his stomach like cold soup. He had never been so frightened in his life, even when they were attacked by the boy dogs at Tennyson. Here, in dream London, he knew that they were entirely at the mercy of Isabel Gowdie's imagination, and that Isabel Gowdie, in her turn, was entirely at the mercy of the darkest and most terrible influence in the universe, the black thing that floated at the edge of human consciousness, the black thing that led people to kill and torture and rape, and in the end, to deny their very humanity. The street along which they were walking grew narrower and narrower, until the timbered houses overhung it on either side. The pavement was cobbled here, although it was greasy and slippery, and almost as hard to negotiate as the muddy tracks on the city's outskirts. After 200 or 300 yards, Stanley found that his feet were bruised and that the backs of his calves ached. A gutter twisted down the middle of the street, but it was clogged with heaps of slippery entrails and horse manure and decaying cabbage leaves.
"Look,"
said Angie. But Stanley had already glimpsed the back of Knitted Hood's head, faintly distinguishable through the rain and the smoke. Knitted Hood was apparently guiding them onwards, because when they stopped, he stopped too, although he didn't turn around. He waited until they started walking again, and then led them further into the city. Street after street was nothing but an acrid mountain range of wet black ashes and the skeletal remains of burned-down houses. Stanley saw weirdly melted lumps of glass and lead, and an iron water pump that had turned by the heat into an extraordinary crucifix, with a melted glass Jesus hanging from it. They followed Knitted Hood's ever-receding back through a drowned and stinking market, where jostling crowds of hunchbacked people argued fiercely and viciously with each other about the price of damp, blackened turnips and slimy heaps of beige and purplish offal. At the opposite corner of the market, a hand-clapping circle had formed. A toothless man in a moth-eaten fur jacket and a bedraggled feather hat was playing a wild song on a hurdy-gurdy, and a cretinous-looking woman with a long blonde pigtail had pulled down her rough brown dress to the waist and was dancing an unbalanced, hopping dance, her big white breasts bouncing up and down like two muslin bags full of cream cheese. "Gut the pig and bite the toad, kill the cat that crossed the road." Small, hostile eyes followed them as they passed. At last, they found themselves in a small, dark courtyard, surrounded on all sides by houses with shuttered windows. Knitted Hood had disappeared, but Stanley had the feeling that they had arrived, that this was the place to which Knitted Hood had been guiding them. He walked slowly around the courtyard, with Angie watching him and shivering. Jakob Eisner was a rag-picker. That's what Madeline Springer said. That means he probably had some kind of a shop or a storehouse. Angie said nothing, but shivered and waited. She looked exhausted after their walk through the rain all the way from Fulham. Stanley tried knocking at 2 or 3 of the doors. There was no reply, not even an echo. He rattled one of the shutters. Still no response. "They had a plague and a fire here," he remarked. "Maybe they all packed up and went to the country."
"Then why did Knitted Hood lead us here?"
asked Angie. "Search me. That was only a guess."
"What do we do now, if there's nobody here?"
Stanley shook his head. "I don't know. We'll just have to go back and talk to Springer again."
"That's if we can get back."
They were just about to leave the courtyard when, without warning, one of the doors opened and a young man stepped out. There was no doubt that he was Jewish. He wore a black cloak and a skull cap, and his side locks had been grown into the long payas of the Orthodox Jew. Stanley's great-grandfather had cut off his payas when he left Hamburg for America, and his great-great-grandfather had refused even to speak his name for the rest of his life. The young man glanced at them briefly and incuriously and began to walk away. But Stanley called, "Eisner!" The young man stopped and turned. He had a pale oval face, and he was much slighter than Stanley, but Stanley could see a faint family resemblance. Something about the eyes and the shape of the head.
I'm Eisner, yes, the young man said. What do you want? I have business.
His accent was an almost incomprehensible mixture of Yiddish and 17th century East End. It took Stanley a moment to understand that he was speaking English at all. Stanley took a step forward and held out his hand. I'm Eisner too. Stanley Eisner. The young man frowned at Stanley and then at Angie.
You are Eisner too?
It isn't easy to explain, but I have to talk to you.
I have business. I cannot stop to talk.
Please, said Stanley. It was growing very dark now, and he could scarcely see the young man's face. The last faint light of the day shone on the raindrops on the shoulder of his black cloak. It's about Jacob and Joshua.
My father Jacob is dead. My brother Joshua is dead too.
I know that, said Stanley. I also know how they died, and why. The young man narrowed his eyes.
How is it you know that?
Because I'm a night warrior too. The same as your father. The same as your brother.
And this girl?
Asked the young man suspiciously. Ephes, the light skater. The young man looked at Stanley for a long time in silence. The rain whispered all around them and gurgled down unseen gutters and hidden drains. Stanley had a feeling of this old, burned, sagging city with rainwater glistening on its rooftops and finding its way by millions of secret and complicated conduits to the Fleet and the Walbrook and the City Ditch, and down to the filthy, dun-coloured Thames, and out to Greenwich and the Thames estuary and the sea. Stanley said, We need help. Otherwise, believe me, we wouldn't have come. If you believe in Ashapola, if you believe in things that are good and things that are evil, then you'll talk to us at the very least. The young man looked away, looked back again, then held out his hand.
Solomon Eisner. If you are truly night warriors, I greet you.
They shook hands. Then Solomon took out a jingling bunch of keys and said,
Come inside. My business was not important. Only the sale of some woolen shoddy. It can wait until later.
He unlocked the door. Stanley watched him in fascination. It was incredible to think that this man was an ancestor of his, that this man's children had given birth to succeeding generations of children, and that eventually one of his Uraneklach, his great-grandchildren, had given birth to Stanley himself. Solomon led them into a small, low-ceilinged room, so dark that Stanley collided immediately with the heavy oak table in the middle of it and bruised his thigh.
I'm sorry,
Solomon told him. A small fire was still smouldering in the hearth, so Solomon took down a wax taper from the shelf beside it, poked it into the ashes to set it aflame, and used it to light a 3-branched candelabrum.
I have struck that table many times myself. I should know where it is by now.
Although it was so small, the room was warm and stuffy and comfortable. There were 3 or 4 leather-bound books on the shelf next to the fire, including the Old Testament and the Teitch Chumash and a dictionary. And if Stanley knew anything about the 17th century, it was that anybody who owned as many as 3 books was impressively literate. There were 2 woodcuts, too, in plain wooden frames, one of Moses and one of Jerusalem.
Can I offer you something to drink? Solomon asked them. I have water, or I have wine. I know a wine merchant who gives me sack in return for sacking. Not that I drink myself.
He set 2 roughly moulded green glasses on the table and poured them each a small measure of sack from a dark glass bottle. Stanley sipped his cautiously. Despite the fact that sack was Wein sec, or dry wine, he found it almost excruciatingly sweet to a palate that was accustomed to pouilles fumées and Sancerres. Angie said, "You haven't got somewhere I could wash? I feel like I've been pulled through an edge backwards." Solomon looked perplexed. "I have a bowl in the scullery," he told her. "Oh, thanks," said Angie, and groped her way into the shadows of the next room. Stanley heard her say, "Gordon Bennett," when she found the bowl. Then, "Bloody hell!" "You are strange people," said Solomon with unembarrassed frankness. "You are not like anybody I have ever met. Have you come very far?" "I guess you could say that," Stanley replied. "Further than anybody else you ever met." "But you are night warriors, and that makes you kin." "I'm glad you think that way." Solomon drew an invisible pattern on the bare tabletop with the end of his mittened finger. A Star of David, again and again. "I was the second son, so I was never chosen. But my father and Joshua were both ardent night warriors. They fought many, many battles, and then both would sit here in this room and tell me everything they had done in dreams. They would tell me about their fear, their danger, their moments of great excitement. Sometimes I felt jealous and wished that I could join them. But it was never to be. After what happened to both of them, I suppose that I should give thanks to God." "Tell me about it," said Stanley softly. "I knew that they had been searching for a long time for a witch woman called Gowdie or Gowdie. She had given herself to the devil. That is what my father told me. And the devil had used her to turn the minds of hundreds of thousands of people against the Lord Shaddai." Stanley, sipping his 17th century sack, didn't fail to catch Solomon Eisner's use of the name Shaddai for God. It was a name which described God's satisfaction with the creation of the universe rather than the essence of God himself. Literally, it meant the one who has said, "Enough." The night plague was the antithesis of God's satisfaction. The night plague was the sickness of the soul. The night plague was for those whose greed could never be satisfied, those for whom enough was never enough. Solomon said, "They hunted her by day, and they hunted her by night. They almost caught her one morning in the ribbon shop on London Bridge. There was a furious fight and a chase, but she escaped. After that, she was careful to keep herself hidden, mostly in other people's dreams. But my father discovered that her favorite dreamer was a rat-catcher called Clark, who lodged over a bakery in Pudding Lane. He had such fierce dreams, my father told me. Dreams of blood and teeth, and wading waist-deep through flooded cellars and stinking ditches." Solomon paused, his eyes unfocused, as if he could remember his father speaking as clearly as if he was still in the room with them. Then he said, "Early last September, as we ate our supper, my father told me that he was determined to find the Gowdie woman that night and destroy her. He said that it would be dangerous beyond all imagination and that it was possible that he might be hurt." He swallowed. His eyes were brimming with tears. "If he was killed in the rat-catcher's dream," he said, "his soul would die, and his sleeping body would never wake up. I was to leave him sleeping for 2 days, shaking him from time to time, but if he didn't wake up after that time, I was to understand that he was dead, even though
he was still breathing, and that I was to bury him. That same night.
He swallowed and smeared his eyes with his fingers.
That same night, my beloved brother came to me and said the same. I will appear to be alive. That is what he said. But my soul will have died, and you must bless me and bury me.
Solomon looked Stanley directly in the eyes.
I begged them not to do it. I fell on my knees. I took hold of my father's hand, and I pleaded with him. But he said, I am a rag picker, and that is an honorable trade. But I am also a night warrior, and that means that I have been called by Ashapola to risk my life for the greater good of the whole world. And that, my son, is not just honorable, it is divine.
Angie came back from the scullery, and as she opened the door, the 3 candles dipped and sputtered in the draught. Solomon said,
That night they lay in wait for the Gowdie woman and a dozen other witches in the rat-catcher's dream. But somebody had warned her, and she surprised them. She set alight to the rat-catcher's dream, and his brain caught fire too. And all of the night warriors died before they were able to escape. The rat-catcher burned, and the bakery burned, and most of London burned too. They had to blow up buildings with gunpowder so that the fire couldn't spread any further.
Angie stood behind Stanley's chair and listened in silence as Solomon continued.
Every hour for 3 days, I shook my father and my brother with tears in my eyes and begged them to wake up. They breathed. Their hearts were beating, but they had no life in them. In the end, I had to take their bodies by night and bury them. They were both heroes, and yet they have to lie in graves without monuments or markers, and nobody will ever know what they sacrificed.
Stanley said, I'm sorry, Solomon. You can't even guess how sorry.
Well, it's past now, Solomon told him. I carry on the business. That's the best I can do. Old clothes, that's what I know best. It's a calling rather than a trade.
What happened to the witch woman? Asked Stanley. Solomon shrugged. I never knew. You know what happened to your father and your brother, so somebody must have talked to you after they were killed.
There was a man called Joseph Springer, Solomon admitted. A strange man, more like a woman than a man. He came to see me about a week after I had buried my father and my brother, and he told me that other night warriors had succeeded in catching Isabel Gowdie. He said that they had not been able to destroy her because her satanic power was far too great, but he wanted me to know that they had imprisoned her in a secret place from which she could never escape, and so my father and my brother had been avenged.
Do you have any idea where? Asked Stanley. Solomon shook his head.
Places of imprisonment are never divulged, in case a night warrior is captured and forced to reveal where a demon or a witch is buried. But Joseph Springer did give me the tokens of imprisonment.
The what?
Asked Angie.
The tokens of imprisonment. My father had several. Every time the night warriors imprisoned a devil or a witch, they took tokens from the place where they had buried them. They were tokens of honor, like commemorative medals. When they buried the demon Abrahel, my father brought back a sliver of marble and a branch from a yew tree from the place where they had buried him.
What were the tokens that Joseph Springer gave you after Isabel Gowdie was imprisoned? Asked Stanley.
I have never opened them. They are supposed to remain sealed forever.
Solomon, it's very important that we take a look at them.
I do not know whether that would be right.
Solomon, we think that Isabel Gowdie has somehow gotten herself free, or partly free. Her carriers are out again, spreading the night plague. It's absolutely critical that we find her.
She's free?
Solomon frowned.
Joseph Springer said that she had been buried in solid rock.
Please, Solomon, if we allow her to get away, then your father and your brother will have died for nothing. Solomon hesitated for a moment. Then he took out his jangling bunch of keys, went over to the corner of the room, and unlocked a small metal-bound chest. He came back to the table with a soft grey leather pouch, tightly bound with waxed string and sealed.
Joseph Springer said that I was not to open it, he said.
He didn't say that somebody else couldn't open it, though, did he? Especially if that somebody else happens to be a night warrior.
I am still not sure that I should do this.
Solomon, there's one thing more that I haven't told you. Both Angie and I have been infected by the night plague. If we don't find Isabel Gowdie pretty damn soon, then we won't even want to find her anymore. Solomon said,
You have the night plague? Both of you?
That's why we're here. Without demurring any further, Solomon took out a sharp clobberer's knife and cut the string around the neck of the pouch. Carefully, he shook out onto the table a small fragment of pure white limestone and a handful of tiny seashells. One side of the limestone had been cut flat, polished, and then engraved with the picture of a bearded man with what looked like a ruff around his neck. Stanley picked up the shells one by one and examined them.
They must have buried her on the beach,
Angie suggested. But Joseph Springer mentioned solid rock, didn't he? Stanley asked Solomon.
That is quite right. We have buried her in solid rock, so that in all eternity she will never escape. Those were his very words to me.
So, they must have buried her in limestone, somewhere close to the sea.
White Cliffs of Dover,
put in Angie promptly.
Or somewhere along the south coast anyway. It's all chalk.
Stanley nodded. Dover, yes. That makes a lot of sense. She could have been trying to get away from England. Or maybe it was that fishwife ancestor of yours, what was her name? Elizabeth Pardo? She lived in Dover. She would have known of a place where Isabel Gowdie could be buried.
We went to Dover on a school trip once,
Angie added.
Those cliffs have got thousands of holes in them. You know, what people dug during the war to make forts and that. They could have buried her anywhere there.
Hey, you're not just a pretty face, are you? Said Stanley.
I got me O-level in geography, if you don't mind.
Stanley examined the piece of limestone. I wonder whose face this is supposed to be. They obviously engraved it on here for a purpose.
Do you wish to borrow it?
Asked Solomon. I don't know. I'm not too sure that I'll ever be able to find a way of giving it back to you. Solomon smiled and nodded.
You are a night warrior, sir. You will find a way. Now, I must leave you to do some work. If I do not work, my family do not eat. And you have your witch to find, Mistress Gowdie.
Stanley finished his wine, stood up, and clasped Solomon's hand. I hope we don't fail you, he said.
Do not think of failure,
Solomon replied.
My father would never think of failure, not even in the smallest thing. A rag-picker learns that nothing need ever be wasted. Life is a dance that goes round and around, and what is failure to one man is success to another.
Well, I guess you're right, said Stanley. He was beginning to feel irritable and tired, and his stomach was knotting up again. He dreaded that feeling of sickness, especially after this morning's experience in the bathroom. God knows what abominations he was going to vomit up next. Solomon said, as he opened the front door for them, "You speak of failure? Everything has its place and its purpose. You see this black cloth cape? When it is worn out, it will be patched and sewn by clobberers to make it look like new once again. Then, when it is very faded, it will be dyed by revivers to restore its colour. When it is both worn out and faded, the best pieces will be turned by translators into waistcoats, and smaller pieces will be sent to France and Russia and Poland, where the working people wear caps made out of black fabric. Any fragments will be ripped into shoddy or mango, which will be woven into new clothes. This can happen 6 or 7 times to the same wool, until it is no longer fit for weaving. Then it is dug into the ground, in hop fields, to fertilize the plants." "Seems like even second-hand duds have their ecosystem," Stanley remarked. Of course, Solomon didn't understand what he meant, but he grasped his hand again all the same and said, "You will find the witch woman. Do not fear. When you do, promise me one thing, that you will speak my father's and my brother's names in her face before you destroy her. I would like her to know that she is being punished for taking them away from me." "I won't forget," Stanley promised. They were back outside in the dark, rainy courtyard. Although Stanley knew that this was only a dream, he was suddenly reluctant to see Solomon go. He yearned to be able to tell him who he really was, and to ask him about his family and the way he made his living, and to explain to him what would happen to the Eisners in centuries to come. It was impossible, of course, but he hugged Solomon in his arms and whispered, "Sholem Aleichem, Solomon." And Solomon said, "Aleichem Sholem." Then, without saying anything more, Solomon turned and walked off into the shadows, as black as his cloak, as black as his beard, as black as the thing that swam on the very edge of the human mind, the thing whose devouring hunger was never satisfied. They stumbled their way back through Isabel Gowdie's dream London in almost total darkness. Occasionally a street corner would be fitfully illuminated by a tallow link, but most of London's twisting lanes and crowded courtyards remained unlit. It was easy to understand how cut-purses and murderers had thrived in a city like this. Stanley tried to keep them headed westwards, but even in modern London, which was signposted and brightly lit, he frequently lost his way. By comparison, this illusion of 17th century London was a wet, reeking, nightmarish maze. Several times they found themselves emerging from the streets onto the sagging wooden quays and piers that lined the Thames, and had to plunge back again into the inky black alleys from which they had groped their way out. Idle Lane and Cloak Lane and All Hallows Lane. They heard rats running through the fabric of the houses, and shutters opening and closing. They heard women screaming and men arguing, and the clatter of pewter tankards in a gin house. They heard a man singing in a high, keening voice, "Gut the pig and bite the toad, kill the cat that crossed the road, all those men and all those masks, all those evil deeds and tasks, all that blood so needless spent, all those angels came and went. Gut the pig and bite the toad, kill the cat that crossed the road." Then they heard the plangent sound of a hurdy-gurdy and the roar of lustful laughter. Stanley thought of the ugly, half-naked woman hopping in the rainy marketplace. Stanley was exhausted and almost on the point of giving up, when Angie gripped his hand more tightly and said,
Look, that's a torch, ain't it? That's somebody carrying a torch.
At the very end of the lane along which they were walking, a tall, hooded figure was standing in the shadows, waving a lighted link slowly from side to side. The flame made a soft, flaring noise, and each time the link passed the figure's face, Stanley glimpsed the white, chillingly perfect features of Knitted Hood.
All those men and all those masks.
He's guiding us back to Fulham, said Stanley.
Bleeding hell,
Angie protested, hobbling on blistered feet.
if he wants to be so bleeding helpful, why didn't he just tell us where old Isabel Gowdie was in the first place, instead of making us walk all the way here?
I don't think he knows where she is, Stanley replied. And there was no way that Solomon would have told him, is there? Solomon was even more of a night warrior than me.
I feel pukish,
said Angie. The night plague, Stanley told her. And believe me, it gets a whole lot worse.
It's all right, Angie said. I'll manage. Let's just follow old Knitted Hood and get out of this stinking place.
It seemed to take them hours to walk out of the City of London and back through the muddy farmlands of Chelsea and Fulham. But the rain had died away, and although the wind was sharp, it had veered around the compass to the southwest, and it was far less cutting than it had been before. Knitted Hood stayed well ahead of them. Most of the time they could see nothing but his dipping, flickering link. But they followed, because it was their destiny to follow, and because the only way that they would ever find Isabel Gowdie was to do what she wanted them to do. Stanley thought,
she must know, too, that we want to kill her. She must be fearfully confident that we can't.
Angie said,
Oh, God, Stan, I don't think I can walk any further.
But at that moment, Stanley realized that they were passing the piggeries close to Langton Street. And the next thing he knew, Knitted Hood had stopped outside the front gate of his house, which rose like a mirage out of the marshy fields. Knitted Hood waved the link from side to side, as if he were beckoning them and challenging them both at the same time. Knitted Hood climbed the steps with an awkward, limping gait, and opened the front door. Before he went inside, he turned and tossed the blazing link as far as he could across the fields. It cartwheeled over and over before landing in a shower of orange sparks in a nearby ditch.
He's in the house, whispered Angie. What are we going to do?
We don't have any choice. We have to go inside. Otherwise, we're going to be trapped in this dream forever, or for as long as it lasts. And God knows what will happen if we're still out here when Isabel Gowdie wakes up. You heard what happened to the Iceness.
I don't know, I feel sick,
Angie told him. Come on, let's risk it, Stanley encouraged her. Right now, Isabel Gowdie wants to find us just as much as we want to find her. That's my guess anyway. Otherwise, why would that gook have guided us all the way to Whitechapel and back?
I think I'm going to throw up,
said Angie. Without warning, she bent double in front of the garden gate and vomited. Out of her mouth poured hundreds of long, white, slippery strings, which at first Stanley thought were spaghetti. Angie clung onto him and coughed and heaved and wept.
Oh, Stanley, oh, God! Stanley, I can't stand it. Oh, Stanley, oh, God!
Stanley stood beside her until she finished. She retched again and again, and spat, until finally she stood up straight and clung to Stanley, quivering and sweating, her eyes filled with tears.
Oh, God, Stanley, we've got to find her. I can't take any more of this.
Stanley looked down at the coiled heaps of white spaghetti that she had thrown up. And it was only then that he saw by the light from the open door that they were moving. They were alive. He closed his eyes and held her tight, and almost vomited himself. It wasn't spaghetti at all. It was a tangle of blind, writhing tapeworms. "Let's get inside," he said. His mouth felt as dry as cotton. He helped her up the steps and in through the front door, and closed the door firmly behind him. He didn't believe now that Knitted Hood intended to harm him any more. He did believe that if he closed the door, Isabel Gowdie's dream London would be shut away, at least for now. They climbed the stairs to Stanley's apartment. The door was ajar, and the lights were switched on, and all the drapes were closed. Stanley ushered Angie through to the living room and helped her to sit down. Her face was shiny and white, almost as if she, too, were wearing a Mardi Gras mask, like Knitted Hood. She couldn't stop shaking with disgust.
"I can still taste them, Stanley."
He poured her a large vodka, no ice, and handed it to her. She took a huge mouthful, furiously rinsed her mouth with it, and then spat it back into the glass. He poured another glass. "This one you can take straight down. Right now it won't do you any harm to be a little drunk." She swallowed with difficulty, and then let her head fall back on the dark brown cushions. All the time, Stanley kept his eyes out for Knitted Hood. He had entered the house, but where was he? "Wait here," he told Angie. "I'm just going to take a quick look around."
"Believe me, mate," Angie told him. "The state I'm in, I'm not going anywhere."
Stanley went through to the kitchen and cautiously reached his hand round the door to switch on the light. It was empty, everything just as he had left it. He checked the bathroom. That was empty too, although it still smelled of burned plastic and some other unidentifiable but deeply offensive odour, like scorched fish skin. He was about to open the bedroom door when he saw Knitted Hood standing at the opposite end of the hallway, close to the front door. Knitted Hood looked unusually tall. His hood seemed almost to touch the ceiling. His face was concealed in shadow.
"Do you know the place?"
he asked in his deathly whisper. "What place?" Stanley retorted. "I don't know what the hell you're talking about."
"Don't try to play games, Mr. Eisner. You know very well what place. The place where my mistress was imprisoned. The place where my mistress is still imprisoned."
"So what if I do know it?"
"You will have to release her. Otherwise, the pestilence will surely take your soul."
"Why didn't you just tell me where she is, instead of going through all of this rigmarole?"
"I do not know where she is, only that she awoke 2 years ago, and that her awakening awoke me too, and my fellow carriers. She is still imprisoned. She is still unable to speak. All she can do is to dream."
"So, you've been trying to find night warriors to help you locate her, and to help you set her free?"
"The choice is yours, my friend. Eternal damnation or eternal glory."
"Do you really think I'm going to tell you where she is?"
"You will live in sickness and madness and agony for the rest of your life if you don't, and your soul will wander in despair for all eternity once you are dead. Those who have the night plague become the servants of Satan forever. The choice is yours."
"Not much of a choice, is it?" asked Stanley.
"You disobeyed. You deserve no choice.
I am the pestilence that was promised.
Stanley thought, what now? If I tell Knitted Hood that Isabel Gowdie is probably in Dover, he may be able to find her. And if he finds her, he may be able to set her free. On the other hand, he may not be able to. He may still need me, because I'm a night warrior, and the seals and bonds that keep her imprisoned were originally fastened by night warriors.
I must have time to think before I tell you where she is, Stanley replied.
You need no time to think. You must tell me now.
And what if I decide not to?
Then I will hurt the girl in ways that you cannot even think of.
Supposing I don't mind if you hurt the girl in ways that I can't even think of. You gave me the night plague after all. I'm beginning to get pretty interested in that kind of thing.
You are lying, my friend. I am a master of lies. I know when a man is lying.
You lay one finger on that girl, and I won't tell you anything. Knitted Hood's white face gleamed in the lamplight. He still exuded that smell of cooking fat and sweat, and strong synthetic violets.
Perhaps the girl herself will tell me what you have learned, if I hurt you instead.
He advanced on Stanley, and Stanley, in spite of telling himself, stand up to him, don't let him see that you're afraid, took 2 or 3 cautious steps back. As he approached, Knitted Hood seemed to defy perspective and grow surrealistically taller and taller. Don't you even think about it, Stanley began, but Knitted Hood gripped his shoulder with his grey-mittened hand, and it was like being clamped in a metalworker's vice. He felt a surge of panic. He had managed to blot out of his mind the pain of being beaten and raped, but now the feeling came colliding back.
I could break your collarbone with one squeeze, Knitted Hood whispered harshly. Or perhaps you prefer the same kind of pleasure that I gave you before.
He lunged his hand between Stanley's legs and painfully squeezed his testicles through his trousers. Stanley gasped in terror and tried to struggle away.
Now, will you tell me? He demanded.
But Stanley didn't even get the chance to answer. At that instant, the front doorbell rang and was immediately followed by a loud hammering. Mr. Eisner! Mr. Eisner! This is the police! Detective Sergeant Morris, Mr. Eisner! Stanley was about to call back, but Knitted Hood hissed,
Silence! Do you want me to crush your shoulder?
Mr. Eisner! One of our patrol officers saw somebody suspicious entering the downstairs door. Can you just confirm that everything's all right?
Knitted Hood's breath rasped in and out of his saintly mask. One word, he warned.
The doorbell rang yet again. Mr. Eisner! Can you hear me, Mr. Eisner? There was silence. For a long moment, Stanley thought that Detective Sergeant Morris had given up and gone. Knitted Hood's grip gradually relaxed, although he still didn't take his hand away completely.
Now speak,
Knitted Hood insisted. But at that instant, the front door was kicked open with a shuddering bang, and Detective Sergeant Morris and 2 uniformed police officers came bursting into the hallway. Chapter 7. Golden Armour. Knitted Hood threw Stanley violently against the wall so that Stanley overbalanced, stumbled, and hit his ear against the kitchen doorframe. Although his vision was jumbled, Stanley saw him whirl around and thrust his grey-mittened hand directly into Detective Sergeant Morris's face. The force of his grip must have been devastating. His first and second fingers plunged straight into Brian Morris's eyes. Blood and optic fluid jetted out over Knitted Hood's shoulder. Brian Morris didn't even have time to cry out. Knitted Hood gripped the detective's upper arm to give himself leverage and support, and then, with his other hand, tore the whole of his face off, with a terrible crackle of fat and flesh and tearing skin. For a moment, Brian Morris stood upright, his hands half lifted, like a dog begging for a bone. His face had been stripped right down to the naked cheekbones, and it hung down from his chin, inside out, a wet and bloody beard. He staggered, his jawbone slowly dropping open, because there was no longer any muscle to support it. A large bubble of blood formed between his teeth, then silently burst. Without a sound, without any kind of a cry, he collapsed onto the floor. The two other police officers stopped where they were, staring at Knitted Hood in disbelief. One of them reached behind him and drew out his truncheon. The other adopted a crouching pose, which suggested that he was a weekend karate enthusiast. Stanley called, "Don't go near him! There's nothing you can do!" The karate officer glanced quickly at Stanley and said, "You all right, mate?" "Leave him! Back off!" Stanley told him. On the carpet, Detective Sergeant Morris began to shudder, as if an electric current were being passed through his body. The karate officer obviously didn't know what to do, whether to risk a rush attack on Knitted Hood, or to call on his lapel radio for reinforcements, or to take Stanley's advice and beat a hurried retreat. His hesitation was fatal. Knitted Hood rushed at both officers like a great grey berserk scarecrow, and even though the policeman with the truncheon managed to strike a clumsy blow at the side of his arm, Knitted Hood snatched both of them fiercely around the neck and smashed their heads together with such force that Stanley heard their skulls break. They must have died instantly. But Knitted Hood grasped each of their faces in turn, the way he had grasped Detective Sergeant Morris's face, and ripped them free from their cheekbones. Then he twisted the two torn-off faces together, so it was impossible to tell whose lips were which and whose nose belonged to whom. The final grisly insult. In death, he had robbed them of their human identity. Knitted Hood turned to Stanley, and his grey gabardine raincoat was sprayed with blood. A single crimson drop slid down the side of his white celluloid mask. He said nothing. He had no need to. Stanley, swallowing back his nausea, raised both hands in surrender and said, "It's all right. I'll tell you where Isabel Gowdie is."
"I thought that you would probably see reason."
"Reason?" said Stanley, almost hysterical. "For God's sake, I don't want to wind up without a face. That's the only reason I need to see." There was no sound from the living room where Angie was sitting. Stanley suspected that she was probably hiding behind the sofa or trembling behind the drapes. He didn't blame her either. Given half a chance, he would have joined her. Knitted Hood came closer. The reek of synthetic violets was even stronger. His eyes gleamed dull and impenetrable, like the wing cases of black beetles. But Stanley could tell that he was calmer now, that he was satisfied. "She's somewhere in Dover, on the south coast," Stanley blurted. "Buried in the chalk, probably. We're not completely sure yet." Knitted Hood slowly nodded.
"You did well. My mistress will be pleased with you, and so will my master."
"What now?" asked Stanley.
"What now? We have to go to Dover now and find my mistress and break the seals that have imprisoned her for so many years."
"We?" Stanley was still frightened, but he was also hugely relieved. If Knitted Hood needed him to come to Dover too, then his guess had been correct. Without a night warrior or even night warriors to help him, Knitted Hood was incapable of breaking the seals that held Isabel Gowdie.
"You have no charge keeper yet. You cannot become a night warrior until he joins you.
But as soon as he does, we will go to Dover together."
"The charge-keeper is supposed to arrive tomorrow or the day after," said Stanley.
"Very well. You will see me again when he is here."
Knitted Hood stepped long-legged over the police officers' bodies and made for the door. "Wait!" Stanley called after him, in desperation. "You can't leave 3 dead policemen in my hallway! I'll be arrested, and then I'll never be able to become a night warrior."
"You must go to the sanctuary of the one called Springer," said Knitted Hood. "You shall hear from me again. But go now, and I will deal with these pitiful remains."
Stanley went into the living room. His knees would hardly support him. He found Angie standing by the window, rigid with fear. "Is he gone yet?" she asked him. "I tried to come and help you, but when I heard those policemen shouting out, I just couldn't make my legs move." "It's okay," Stanley reassured her, although he felt as if his own perception of what was happening had been cracked like a greenhouse window. "But we have to leave. He's killed all of them. All 3 of them. They're dead. We can't stay here." Angie said wildly, "What are we going to do?" "We'll have to go to Madeline Springer's place. We can take Gordon's car, pick him up later. Give me a couple of minutes. I just have to throw some clothes in a bag." He went through to the bedroom, threw open his closet, and dragged down his battered Vuitton suitcase. He opened it up and heaved as many coats and shirts and pants into it as he could manage. Then he came back into the living room and took a last look around. He threw his Filofax into the suitcase, as well as 2 bottles of Viborova. "That'll do it," he said. "Could you bring along my violin case?" With the suitcase bumping against the doorframe, Stanley led Angie out into the hallway. "You don't want to look at this," he told her. "Keep to the left-hand side." They edged past the dead policeman. Stanley hadn't realized at first how much blood Knitted Hood had splattered around. The hallway looked as if somebody had fired a .357 into an economy-sized jar of old El Paso taco sauce. They had almost reached the doorway when one of the policeman's radios suddenly crackled, and a woman's voice said, "Oscar Bravo to 625, Oscar Bravo to 625, where are you now, Ted?" And Angie shouted out, "Ah!" in terror. "We'd better hurry," said Stanley as they made their way down the stairs. "They're going to start missing those cops in a couple of minutes." "Where's Knitted Hood?" Angie asked anxiously. "Oh, he's here someplace. You can bet on it." They went out of the front door and down the steps. Isabel Gowdie's dream had evaporated now, and they were back in Langton Street, harsh and real and commonplace. 2 cars were parked alongside Gordon's Montego, a dented blue Sierra, which must have belonged to Detective Sergeant Morris, and a police Metro, with its blue light still circling. Stanley unlocked Gordon's car and threw his suitcase into the trunk. He laid his violin case more carefully beside it, although for all he knew it contained nothing but dust and maggots. Angie said, "I can't drive, Stan. I just can't. You'll have to do it." "All right. I'll give it a shot," said Stanley, and he eased himself in behind the wheel. Across the street, grey and tall, he could just make out the figure of Knitted Hood waiting on the pavement. A figure that made him shudder now more than ever before. A figure to which he had already promised his help, and to which he may even have promised his life. He started the engine. It sounded weak and rough. Angie said, "Okay now, press in the clutch pedal with your left foot, all the way down to the floor. Then wiggle it into first gear. That's right. Then ease your left foot up really smooth like, and at the same time gently press the accelerator with your right foot." "God almighty, this is more difficult than skiing," Stanley complained. He revved the engine wildly, pulled his left foot up off the clutch, and the Montego bucked forward and stalled. "Kangaroo petrol," Angie remarked. "What?" "That's what we call it, when somebody jumps along like that, kangaroo petrol." "Listen, this is my first time, okay, and it isn't easy." He started the engine again.
The car was still in gear, and it jumped forward again.
"Neutral, Stan, neutral,"
Angie admonished him. He was opening his mouth to answer her when they heard a deafening, ear-compressing explosion. All 3 front windows of his upstairs flat burst out into the street, millions of fragments of glass tumbling and glittering into the night. Stanley and Angie heard it clattering onto the roof of their car. Immediately afterwards, 3 massive fireballs roared out of the empty window frames, momentarily lighting up the entire block. Stanley stared at Knitted Hood. My God, he must have planted a bomb, or something. Look at it. The whole 2nd floor of the house was burning fiercely as if it had been doused in gasoline. Even from the street, Stanley and Angie could see the brown velvet drapes burning and the lampshade crumpling up like a dahlia dropped onto a bonfire. "Come on, we have to get out of here," said Stanley. He wrestled the gear stick back into neutral, started the Montego's engine again, and then slowly managed to bunny hop away from the curb. After a few yards' progress, the engine began to whine in protest.
"You've got to change up," Angie told him.
"What?"
"You've got to change her into second. Press down the clutch again, ease your foot off of the accelerator, wiggle it into second, then lift up the clutch and press down the accelerator again."
Stanley stared at her. "You mean you have to do this every time you want to change gear? Every single time?"
"Course you do, silly. That's what driving's all about."
"It's so damned primitive." He effected a grinding gear change, and they began to drive a little faster. As they turned into the King's Road, which was mercifully almost deserted, and so he didn't have to stop and change down to first again, he gave Langton Street a last quick glance in his rear-view mirror. A crowd had already begun to gather in the road outside his blazing building, and burning tatters of material were flying up into the night. He knew with terrible certainty that Knitted Hood hadn't really planted a bomb, or even splashed gasoline around. He hadn't had time, and he certainly hadn't been lugging a jerrycan around with him. He was sure that Knitted Hood had invoked the power of Isabel Gowdie, the woman who had been able to stir up storms by slapping a rock with a wet rag. If she had been able to drown shipfuls of fishermen all around the coast, setting fire to 3 dead policemen shouldn't have caused her too much trouble. Fire burn and cauldron bubble, he thought. No wonder Shakespeare wrote about witches. He was afflicted himself by one of the very worst. As they drove erratically westwards along the King's Road, they were passed by 5 fire engines speeding in the opposite direction, their sirens blaring. 2 police cars followed.
"At least they ain't got time to worry about your driving,"
said Angie, as Stanley catastrophically clashed the gears at the junction of Fulham Palace Road. How he managed to drive Gordon's car all the way to Richmond, Stanley could never remember. They plodded over the Thames at Chiswick, then climbed at 20 miles per hour, with smoke pouring out of the exhaust pipe all the way up to the top of the hill where Madeline Springer had first taken them. Stanley parked at an angle, no power steering, and climbed out of the car with his back drenched in sweat. "Never again," he promised. "That was more difficult than playing Rimsky-Korsakov." It was a still, black night. Below them, lights shimmered in the oil-black Thames. They crossed the slip road to Madeline Springer's apartment building with the soles of their shoes scratching on the cobblestones. They rang the bell with the engraved card Springer beside it and waited, shivering, for her to reply. A TWA jet thundered overhead in the darkness, on its way to Heathrow. Stanley suddenly remembered that tomorrow night Leon would be crossing the Atlantic on his way here. "You'll know when they arrive, I promise you. You'll know for sure." Almost a minute passed before the intercom clicked, and a woman's voice said, "Who is it?" "Madeline? It's me, Stanley Eisner. And Angie, too." "I've been expecting you." The door lock buzzed, and they pushed their way in. Angie said,
"How come she was expecting us? We didn't telephone her or nothing."
"I don't know," said Stanley, as they rose in the elevator to the top floor. "There's a whole lot more to Madeline Springer than meets the eye, and I don't just mean changing her sex in the middle of a conversation.
Even oysters can do that.
Oysters can't talk, stupid.
How do you know? Have you ever given an oyster the chance? Their banter was a brittle attempt to conceal their shock and their nervousness. They were scared of Knitted Hood, but in another way they were equally scared of Madeline Springer and everything that she represented. The armour, the weapons, the danger, and most of all the awesome responsibility of being the frontline troops in the battle against an evil which, up until now, they had believed to be nothing but allegorical. Madeline Springer was waiting for them in her open doorway when they stepped out of the elevator. She was wearing a black velvet skullcap embroidered with silver threads, and she had shaved off her eyebrows and covered her face in greyish foundation, with darker grey emphasis on her cheekbones. In spite of the nakedness and the severity of her makeup, her eyes were wide and luminous enough to give her face intense beauty and expression. And although her lipstick was grey, her mouth still looked sensual and desirable. She wore a tight black velvet evening gown with a deep V-shaped décolletage, and her shoulders had been covered in the same greyish foundation. She wore no shoes and no jewellery.
"You're famous,"
she said, as Stanley followed her into her sparsely furnished flat. He looked around. Something had been changed. Not the furniture, not the decor, but the shape of the room. The last time he was here, it was a long rectangle. Now, it was almost exactly square. There was something else, too, a very fine-lined drawing on white handmade cartridge paper, of a shape that could have been a lily or an ear of grass or partly opened lips. Stanley sat down on the sofa. "You heard what happened?" he asked her. Madeline Springer closed her eyes momentarily to signify that she had. She walked across the room on her silent bare feet and closed the linen-slatted blinds.
"There was a news flash on ITN. They think that it was Arab terrorists blowing you up in revenge for Israeli shootings on the West Bank. After all, you are nearly the most famous Jew in London, give or take a Rothschild or a Zeif or a Barenboim or two."
Stanley said, "We went into the dream, Angie and me. We went right back into Isabel Gowdie's dream." Madeline Springer gave him a faint, knowing smile.
"I thought you would. You're a lot more headstrong than you first appear. Underneath that mild-mannered, musicianly exterior beats the heart of a true night warrior."
"Underneath this mild-mannered, musicianly exterior beats the heart of somebody who's been infected with the night plague and wants more than anything else to be cured." Madeline Springer went through to the kitchen, and Stanley heard her taking out glasses and pouring drinks.
"Did you find what you were looking for?" she called.
"We found what Isabel Gowdie wanted us to find."
"We reckon she's in Dover or somewhere like that," Angie put in. "Solomon Eisner give us his bit of chalk and all of these seashells."
"When the night warriors buried some demon called Abrahel, they brought back a piece of marble and a twig from a yew tree," Stanley added. "So it seemed to us that their tokens of imprisonment are always a piece of the rock in which the demon or witch was imprisoned, plus a small clue to the rock's location. In this case, we have the seashells, which tell us that Isabel Gowdie was imprisoned close to the ocean, and the limestone, which tells us that she was imprisoned in chalk. And there's something else, too. Angie's ancestor, Elizabeth Pardo, came from Dover, and she had probably suggested a place where the night warriors could bury Isabel Gowdie, even though Isabel Gowdie ended up killing her." Madeline Springer came back with a black lacquered Japanese tray and 2 large glasses of vodka and gin and orange.
"Are you hungry?"
she asked them. They both shook their heads. "We've been pretty damn sick," said Stanley. "The night plague's getting worse." He looked at Madeline Springer for a long time without saying anything. Then he added, "There's something else you have to know." She remained silent, expressionless. Knitted Hood guided us through Isabel Gowdie's London. We couldn't have found our way if he hadn't. But he guided us back, too. And when we got there, He demanded to know where Isabel Gowdie was imprisoned. Madeline Springer's face remained immobile, a face in polished grey wax. Stanley went on. He must have been seen by a passing police patrol. They called Detective Sergeant Morris. Even if he was at home, he lives just over the river in Wandsworth, so it couldn't have taken him more than 5 or 10 minutes to get there at that time of night. He licked his lips, which were feeling dry and sore. They knocked. Then they broke down the door. Knitted Hood killed all 3 of them, right in front of my eyes.
And that's when you told him where Isabel Gowdie was buried?
Asked Madeline Springer, her voice distinct and cool. Stanley said, yes, so softly that Madeline Springer obviously hadn't heard him at first. Then, yes.
Well, I might have expected it,
Madeline Springer replied.
But it won't make your task any simpler. You will have to work out a way of keeping Knitted Hood and the rest of his carriers well away from you while you deal with Isabel Gowdie herself. You may not find that particularly easy. You will certainly find it very much more dangerous.
I didn't consider that I had a choice, said Stanley, peeved that she hadn't appreciated how threatening Knitted Hood had been. I've always preferred my head with a face on the front. Madeline Springer turned to Angie.
Have you had any symptoms yet?
She asked, completely changing the tack of the conversation. Angie swallowed lumpily at the memory of the tapeworms.
I've been sick, she said. You know that it's going to get worse.
Yes, said Angie.
Right,
Madeline Springer told them.
You can stay here for the time being. In fact, you'll have to. I'm expecting Kha'Zix and Zasta to arrive the day after tomorrow. Then we can really start fighting back.
She turned to Angie.
And if you start feeling sick again, or if you're feeling any other symptoms of the night plague, tell me at once. I can't cure it, but at least I can help you.
Thanks, said Angie unenthusiastically.
Can't I go back to me flat? I don't advise it. Supposing you have an attack of sickness, supposing you dream about one of your flatmates, you'd really be better off here. I ain't got none of me clothes with me, that's the trouble. Oh, don't you worry about that.
Madeline Springer smiled.
I have closets and closets and closets full of clothes. You're welcome to borrow whatever you wish.
Angie smiled, the first smile that Stanley had seen from her since they had begun to make their way through Isabel Gowdie's dream. Ribono shel olem. Give a woman clothes, and you'll have her eating out of your hand. But he didn't feel very enthusiastic about staying here himself. It might be safe, it might be comfortable, but it still felt very much like being conscripted into the armed forces. He took his drink and walked over to the window and parted the linen slats in the blind. Outside he could see nothing but the prickling lights of a cold night in southwest London.
You're worried that you haven't done very well?
Madeline Springer asked him. Stanley didn't answer. If only Detective Sergeant Morris hadn't come blundering in like John Wayne, maybe he and his officers would still be alive, and Stanley would have been able to win a little time, work out some kind of a deal which didn't involve telling Knitted Hood where Isabel Gowdie was, at least not immediately, the way he had been forced to by Knitted Hood's face-ripping tactics. Madeline Springer came and stood close beside him. He was sure he could detect the very faintest hint of Lily of the Valley.
The judgment was yours,
she told him gently.
You and your companions will have to deal with the consequences. But that is the way of wars. Sometimes a commander has to measure the cost of his mistakes in terms of other people's blood.
Stanley turned and looked at her. She really was exceptionally beautiful. Elegant, overgroomed, strange, with eyes that were a journey in themselves.
You will have your chance to vindicate yourself, she told him.
It was densely foggy at Heathrow Airport when flight PA-126 from San Francisco landed 2.5 hours late. Stanley and Angie stood crushed against the barrier outside the customs hall, surrounded by Bangladeshis and Pakistanis and Tamils awaiting the arrival of their relatives from the east. At last, Leon appeared, a skinny, tousle-haired boy with dark circles under his eyes from trying to stay awake for most of the night. He wore a padded blue parka and jeans, and an extremely righteous pair of rainbow-coloured sneakers. Angie said,
"That's him, ain't it? It must be. He looks just like you."
She jumped up and down and shouted,
"Leon! Leon!"
although there was far too much noise in the hall for Leon to be able to pick up anybody unfamiliar calling his name. Angie had done well out of Madeline Springer's closet. Today she was wearing a black, square-shouldered fur jacket with a matching fur hat, a yellow silk Jasper Conran blouse, and a black pencil skirt by Armani. If only she could talk proper, she'd be stunning, thought Stanley. Madeline Springer had kept them apart for the last 2 nights. They had eyed each other with feelings of cruel lust over the breakfast table. They had dreamed about each other at night. Very early this morning, Stanley had looked quickly in Madeline Springer's bedroom and seen that she was asleep. Then he had crossed silently to Angie's bedroom and eased the door open. She had been lying face down on the white linen sheets, wearing nothing but a white silk slip. The slip had ridden up to expose her bare bottom. Stanley had stood by the door staring at her for a long time, and had then taken a single step forward. He had been immediately confronted by Madeline Springer, who must have been hiding behind the door, although how? He had distinctly seen her sleeping in her own room, and there were no connecting doors.
"Not tonight," Madeline Springer had cautioned him. "Tonight, you must fight those feelings. Tomorrow night, you will become a night warrior in all your glory. Like any night, a vigil alone will help to purify you."
He had felt a snap of angry resentment against Madeline Springer. For an instant, he could have slapped her. But even his infected soul cautioned him against angering the messenger of Asher Polar. The night plague had made him devious as well as quick-tempered. He had managed a sour, twisted smile and returned to his room, where he had sat on the end of his bed for over an hour and wrestled with demons.
"Cutter, cutter, cutter, cutter."
"Leon!" called Stanley. "Leon!" But, to Stanley's surprise, before Leon could see where he was, an elderly man walking beside Leon took hold of the boy's hand and bent down to say something in his ear. Leon nodded and then turned to look for his father. By the time they reached the end of the fenced-off area outside the customs hall, the elderly man and Leon were walking together hand in hand as if they were grandfather and grandson. Stanley stepped forward and held out his arms. "Hello, son," he said. And Leon came politely up to him and hugged him.
"Hi, Pop," he said, in a rather formal voice.
The grandfatherly man waited patiently beside them while they greeted each other, but he showed no signs at all of going away. "Did this gentleman help you off the airplane?" asked Stanley, stiffly rising to his feet. Leon nodded.
"He flew with me all the way from San Francisco. We talked and we talked."
"Didn't you get any sleep?"
"He got some sleep, don't worry."
The grandfatherly man smiled.
"Leaned his head against my arm all the way from Nova Scotia to Glasgow."
"Well, thanks very much. I appreciate it," said Stanley, holding out his hand. "It isn't everybody these days who cares about kids."
"Oh, Leon is no ordinary kid."
The man smiled again.
"Sure, well, thanks. We'd better be going. This little guy looks like he could use some lying-down type sleep."
"I'm not tired at all,"
Leon announced. Stanley took hold of Leon's bag, and together they began to walk out of Terminal 3 to the multi-story parking lot. "Leon, this is Angie," said Stanley. "She's a real good friend of mine."
"Whatcha, Leon?"
Angie grinned.
"I dunno like your beetle crashes."
Leon frowned up at his father.
"She talks weird,"
Angie laughed.
That ain't weird, that's proper English. Like, I called me Skin and Blister on the dog and asked her to lend me a borrow of her jam jar.
That's weird, said Leon.
No, it ain't. Skin and Blister is sister, get it? And dog is dog and bone, phone. And jam jar is car.
As they reached the door of the terminal, a voice right behind Stanley's right shoulder said, "Rhyming slang, the argot of the Cockney thieving classes." Stanley turned around and saw that the grandfatherly man was still close behind, listening to their conversation as if he had every right to. Stanley gave him a smile and a nod and said, "This is Leon's first time in Britain." "Mine too," the man told him. "Well, I really hope you enjoy it," said Stanley. "It's kind of cold and damp this time of year, but there's a lot to see if you know where to look. Sussex is worth a visit." The man smiled. "Oh, I won't have any time for that." They continued to walk towards the multi-story parking lot. They walked up the ramp to the second floor and made their way across to the other side where Gordon's car was parked.
"Is that your car?"
Leon asked in amazement.
"It's like a bumper car."
"I borrowed it from a friend, okay?" replied Stanley testily.
"The steering wheel's on the wrong side."
"It's a British car, Leon. In Britain they drive on the wrong side of the road."
"Don't they keep crashing into each other?"
While Angie got into the car, Stanley tossed Leon's bag into the Montego's rubbish-strewn trunk and was about to slam the lid when another bag was lowered into it. He looked around to see the grandfatherly man smiling at him. "What's this?" he wanted to know. "You mean you're not going to give me a ride?" the man asked him. "Well, look, sir, I very much appreciate your talking to Leon on the way over, but I haven't seen my son in quite a while, and we have a lot of private family matters to talk over. Besides, you don't even know where we're going. I assume that you're going to the same place that I am." "Listen, I don't think so. I don't like to appear churlish, but Henry Watkins," the grandfatherly man announced, holding out his hand. "Your friend Springer might have mentioned me. Casix, the charge keeper?" Stanley stared at the grandfatherly man more closely. 66, maybe. 67, maybe not as old as that. His hair was plumed with white, and it had been bleached by the California sun, but there were plenty of darker streaks over his ears. Stanley had seen an old, young face like that before. His own father, who had drunk a bottle and a half of Jack Daniels every day for 30 years, and then stopped one Wednesday morning cold turkey because his doctor had told him he had only 120 more bottles to go before he would be discussing his bar bill with St. Peter. Henry had a soft, withered neck, a very clean checkered sports shirt, and a good-quality green tweed jacket. He could have been any moderately prosperous Californian geriatric making a cultural visit to Europe. But Stanley noticed something about his eyes. They had something of the same quality as Springer's. Clear, mystical, filled with evanescent light. They were the eyes of a man who had walked inside other men's minds, a man who had seen visions that no ordinary man could ever see. "You'd better get in the car," Stanley suggested. "You don't mind riding in back? It's kind of messy. Just push that stuffed animal out of the way. I borrowed it from Keldak. Yes, I know." Henry smiled and settled himself down in the back of Gordon's car with his Burberry folded neatly on his lap. "Springer told me that your transportation was a little rudimentary." Angie, who was jabbing the keys at the ignition lock, suddenly stopped and twisted around in her seat.
"Springer?"
she asked Stanley.
"How does he know about Springer?"
"His daytime name is Henry Watkins," said Stanley, "but he has a nighttime name too. Ephis, the light skater, meet Casix, the charge keeper." Angie was open-mouthed.
"You're Casix? I never would have known. I didn't imagine nobody so... Well, I thought you was going to be younger, know what I mean? You know, no offence meant, but it's not exactly a doddle, is it, being a... you know."
Henry pursed his lips and flared his nostrils. "You make me sound as if I'm practically dead already. Well, maybe I am on the grave side of 60, but you should see me when I transform. Eat your heart out, Arnold Schwarzenegger." Stanley said, "That means we're only one short now, Zasta. But we could still start without him, couldn't we? 4 of us would be more than enough."
"No way,"
Leon protested. "What's your problem, champ?" Stanley grinned, ruffling Leon's hair, and remembering, as soon as he had done it, that Leon loathed it.
"You make me feel like a muppet. I said no way is 4 of you enough."
Stanley laughed. "You don't even know what we're talking about."
"I do too know what you're talking about."
"Leon, you've been in Britain 10 minutes, and already you're starting to act like a brat." Henry laid a gentle hand on Stanley's arm and shook his head. "He's not behaving like a brat, Stanley. He's behaving like Zasta the knife juggler." Stanley was about to laugh again when he suddenly realized that Henry was totally serious. He stared at Henry, and then he stared at Leon, and then he stared back at Henry. "Him? He's 10 years old. He's Zasta the knife juggler? Does it surprise you? The Night Warriors are a hereditary line. The promises made by the forefathers have to be kept by their descendants. But Leon is just a kid. Joshua was just a kid, too. But Joshua was—" Henry looked grave. "Joshua was killed, along with his father, Jacob, yes. I have already told Leon about that. But Leon understands that all night warriors have to face unnatural dangers, and the choice is his. How can a 10-year-old kid have any choice? He doesn't even know what we're up against. These are creatures who tear people's faces off with their bare hands. You ever see anything like that? And you want the same thing to happen to my son? Well, you listen to me, Kazix the Charge Keeper. You've got another goddamn think coming right up next, after the break." Angie was driving them out of the airport now, and eastwards along the M4 towards Brentford and Chiswick, over the ghostly, sprawled-out encampment of the Great West Road and all its factories and warehouses, their lights gleaming dimly through the fog. She gave Stanley an occasional sideways flicker of her eyes, partly out of concern and partly out of conspiracy. She and Stanley shared something between them which Henry didn't share. They were both infected by the night plague. That gave their outlook on life an unpredictable perversity. They felt the same urgency to hunt down Isabel Gowdie as the rest of the night warriors, but their need was becoming disturbingly ambivalent. Did they want to find her to destroy her, or did they want to find her to set her free? Henry said, "As he is now, I agree with you, Stanley. Leon is just an above-average grade school kid. But in the form of Zasta the knife juggler, believe me, you could never call him anything but a full-fledged night warrior. He's strong, he's fast, he's mature. He's quite capable of making his own decisions." Stanley turned to Leon. "What did Henry tell you about being a night warrior?" "I told him," began Henry, but Stanley interrupted him. "Would you mind? I want to hear it from Leon." Leon bit his lip.
"He didn't just tell me. He showed me."
"What do you mean he showed you?"
"On the plane, when it was dark and nobody was watching, he put his hand on my shoulder and he showed me my armor. It was all shining and it was golden."
Stanley looked back at Henry. "You did that to my kid without asking me first?" "Since when have you been so interested in your kid?" Henry retorted. "Besides, there was no time to waste." Leon said,
"Pop, I know all about it. I know who I am. It's something I have to do."
"You don't have to do it. That's the whole point," Stanley replied. "I know it seems like it's exciting and grown-up and thrilling, but that's only the half of it. It's very dangerous, too, and very scary, and a lot of it is pretty damn disgusting."
"And boring,"
Angie put in. "That's right.
Stanley agreed. "And boring. A lot of it is very boring, like being a cop can be boring. Paperwork, stakeouts, court appearances." Leon was silent for a short while, but he obviously had something to say, and in the end, Henry nudged him and said, "Go ahead, say your piece."
"Well," said Leon, "I know that I don't have to do it, but the fact is that I want to do it. Jakob Eisner was killed by Isabel Gowdie, and he was Malbessa, the same way that you're Malbessa now, so you're going to hunt her down, right, and get your revenge? Well, Joshua Eisner was Zasta, the same way that I'm Zasta, and I think I have the right to get my revenge, too, if I want to."
"Now wait up," Stanley began, but Leon interrupted him.
"You left me, Pop. You walked out on me. You weren't interested then if I was scared or disgusted or bored or in danger or anything. So why are you so interested now?"
"Leon, that is crap. That is complete crap. I might just as well be listening to your mother or your mother's goddamned attorney. Of course I was interested in you, but your mom didn't make it very easy. In fact, she made it very difficult. In fact, she made it impossible. Your mom is one of those people who don't believe in other people having a point of view. Well, they can have a point of view, but it has to be hers."
"Pop, you're just the same."
"Well then, damn it, that makes two of us."
"But Pop, I really want to do this. I want to do this so bad that it hurts."
"And I don't want you even to think about doing it. Listen, Leon, you have no idea of how dangerous it is. How can I take the responsibility of exposing you to all those kinds of things you find in dreams? Rats, dogs, diseases, fires, God knows what else. Don't forget arrows and explosions and killer robots and guns that suck the muscles out of your legs," Henry added in a warm voice as he watched the industrial scenery going by.
"Oh, Pop, you're such a spoilsport,"
Leon protested. "Oh, yes?" Stanley demanded. "If protecting the life of my only son is being a spoilsport, then I have no qualms at all about being a spoilsport."
"I'm not frightened, Pop," said Leon. "I was frightened when you walked out on Mom and me and left us, but I'm not frightened of anything now. You went, and that made me brave."
Henry smiled to himself. "That's one spunky kid you have there, Stanley. You can't deny it." Stanley turned around and sat bad-temperedly watching the traffic as Angie drove underneath the concrete piers of the M4 around the busy Chiswick roundabout and turned towards Kew and Richmond. He thought of Tennyson as they drove past the junction with Kew Gardens Road, although it was too foggy for him to be able to see the house. He thought of the chilling rain pouring through the ceilings and the dogs with the heads of half-mad children. He didn't want to risk Leon ending up like that. On the other hand, it might serve the little shit right, talking back to his father in front of strangers. How did Leon dare to compare him with Eve, that neurotic, carping, tunnel-visioned, money-grubbing harridan? She'd fought him so viciously for custody. She'd produced an endless succession of unctuous, wall-eyed attorneys and conniving feminist child psychiatrists. If his father has custody, he'll treat him worse than the family dog. He'd like to see her face if he sent Leon back with the eyes of a lunatic and the body of a bull-terrier. They drove up Richmond Hill and parked. Angie collided with the curb and said, "Sorry." Stanley hefted both bags out of the Montego's trunk and carried them across to Springer's front door, while Henry climbed stiffly out of the back seat. Before Stanley had reached the front steps, however, Henry called, "Stanley, just a word before we go in." Stanley waited with closely controlled impatience without turning around. Henry came up close beside him and looked at him in a steady, fatherly way. "Stanley, I know what kind of a battle you're fighting inside of yourself. I know it isn't at all easy for you. Springer isn't always sympathetic either, because Springer is, well, Springer is Springer. Not so much of a person as a singing telegram from God Almighty.
But I want you to know that I care about you and about Angie, too. And I want to assure you that whatever you say to me, whatever conflicts we have between us, all of the power that I have at my disposal is yours, too." He hesitated, and then he added, "When I was first called to be a night warrior, I was as soft as sponge cake and green as grass. But I've fought some real big battles since then, and I've lived through some strange times and some strange places that most human beings wouldn't even think possible. I have experience and knowledge, and I can tell you this much. This night plague may be the very worst threat we've ever had to deal with, but we're going to do our level best to lick it, and lick it good. And we're not just going to lick it for the sake of the human race. We're going to lick it for you personally. And for Angie, too." Stanley said, "Thanks, I appreciate it." "And listen," said Henry, "don't be sore about Leon. He has to face up to his birthright one day. It might just as well be sooner rather than later. I'll take care of him if things start getting out of hand." "Meaning that I'm not capable of taking care of him?" "Meaning that you have yourself to take care of, my friend. And we all need all the taking care of that we can get. We're not talking about Pazuzu or Abrahel or any of those minor league demons. This isn't Jack Nicholson making suburban women fly in the air. This isn't Linda Blair with a revolving head. This is His Satanic Majesty, Stanley. This is Old Scratch. This is it, with a capital I." "What are you trying to do? Scare me into being nice to you? I hope you're scared already, and I really don't care if you're nice to me or not. Just remember what Stendhal said. If you know men thoroughly and judge events sanely, that's the first step toward happiness." "You sound like a goddamned philosopher," said Stanley. "You got it in one," Henry smiled. "Did you ever read my paper on Voltaire and Rousseau? Sand Against the Wind, University of California, San Diego, 1967. "That's one I must have missed," said Stanley, as Angie pressed Springer's doorbell. Springer was eccentric and evasive this morning. He appeared as a willowy, wan, androgynous youth in a black linen suit and a fine white cambric shirt, with dozens of expensive accessories: a gold fob watch, an alligator-skin cigarette case with the initials MS on it, and a gold-topped walking cane from Swain, Aideney, Brigg & Son of Piccadilly. His hair was cut short and brushed back with hairdressing wax, and he wore wire-rimmed spectacles with dark crimson lenses, like two circular pools of congealed blood. "So, this is Leon," he said, taking hold of Leon's hand with fingers as cool and thin as diluted milk. "Welcome to England, Leon. May the fog be with you." He said nothing at all to Henry, but Henry continued to smile, as if he were used to being treated this way. Springer showed them through to their rooms, a large eastwards-facing bedroom for Henry, with an antique stained pine bureau and a desk with a typewriter and a bottle of Malvern water on it, and a bed with a handmade patchwork quilt, and a smaller dormer room for Leon, right next door to Stanley's. Leon's room was decorated in Chinese blue and white, and looked out over the ghostly leafless oaks of Terrace Gardens and the fog-white, invisible Thames. A white bookcase contained copies of Kipling's Just So stories and The War of the Worlds and Beano Annual 1968. "Well, what do you think of it?" asked Stanley, walking over to the window and looking out. "It's really neat," said Leon, bouncing on the checkered blue and white bedspread. "It's going to be radical here." "Sure, it's neat." Stanley watched a flight of ducks winging through the fog towards Twickenham. Then he said, "How much did Henry tell you about the night plague?" "I guess he told me everything that he knew." "So, you know what it does to people, this disease?" "For sure. It's like AIDS, only you don't get it in your body,
You get it in your soul. If you catch it, you don't know what's right and what's wrong anymore, and you can never get to heaven when you die. He told me about the way they spread it around, too. The carriers and the witches and everything.
He told you that it comes from the devil? Leon nodded, his eyes widening. Did you believe him?
Not at first, but after he showed me my armor.
I see.
It was neat, Pop. It was dark on the airplane, and everybody was watching the movie, and he laid his hand on my shoulder, and it was like zzz. I got this kind of electric shock, and I lifted up my arm, and it had armor on it, golden armor.
So you believed him?
I sure did.
Stanley said, Did he tell you anything else about the night plague?
Like what?
I don't know. What kind of people get infected and how?
Well, I know they get infected by doing it.
What do you know about doing it?
I know everything about doing it. We're always talking about doing it at school.
At Napa County Grade School, you spend all your time talking about doing it?
For sure. What else is there to talk about?
Stanley blew out his cheeks. I don't know. There's art, there's history, there's politics, the meaning of life, the kind of things that adults discuss.
Oh, yes, said Leon with enormous scorn. Uncle Mikey took me to the Silverado Country Club, and the men in the locker room were definitely talking about the meaning of life.
Who's Uncle Mikey?
Leon gave him a quick sideways look. Mom's new friend, that's all.
Mom's new boyfriend?
Well, she has to have somebody. You're not there. And who's this Angie, anyway? She looks like she knows you pretty good.
Stanley's right arm jerked up. You little punk, don't you talk to me like that. I ought to smack you right across the face, and then I ought to shake you and teach you some goddamn respect. But he caught himself just in time, and his right hand curved around to smooth down his hair, and he stood up straight and shrugged, and gave Leon a sloping grin. We're just good friends, that's all, Angie and me.
Are we going to get something to eat soon?
Asked Leon, instantly losing interest in the topic of his father's friends.
I'm totally Revanewski.
Sure, said Stanley. How about a hamburger? He laid his arm around Leon's shoulders and gave him a squeeze.
Good to have you, champ, he told him.
Don't go forgetting that I love you.
I love you too, Pop. So does Mom. She doesn't say so, but she does.
Let's leave Mom out of this, shall we? Wash up and change your clothes, and we'll go find some chow. Springer took them to the village restaurant, just around the corner in Friars Stile Road. They sat crowded together in two uncomfortable wooden booths, rather like a fourth-class Czechoslovakian railroad compartment, and ordered prawn cocktails and cheeseburgers. Stanley could scarcely touch his cheeseburger. It was just another incarnation of that ubiquitous British mince, with a half-melted Kraft cheese slice on top. But Leon was either too hungry to care or actually liked it. Stanley had always said that if you could eat a McDonald's, you could eat anything. Springer seemed unusually tense and fidgety. Henry, on the other hand, exuded tremendous calm, like a master craftsman brought in to finish a job at which he knows he excels. Stanley found it hard to believe that Henry had ever been as raw and as nervous as he was now. He seemed to have such power, such command. Stanley was drinking too much, mainly because the muscadet had been served at room temperature, and he hardly even noticed that it was going down. He was talking more loudly and more argumentatively than he ought to have been. Springer took out a tightly folded copy of the London Daily Telegraph and smoothed it out on the table.
There's no question at all that the night plague is spreading, and spreading very quickly. Look at this news item here. A lone gunman walked down the street of his home village in Lincolnshire yesterday and shot 3 innocent people dead and wounded 17 others. When he was arrested, he said that he simply didn't care about the people he had killed. They were nothing. Then here's a case of a woman who set fire to her husband while he lay in bed because she suspected him of having an affair with another woman. He deserved to be hurt, she told the judge, and if it was necessary, I'd do it again. And here, over 130 drunken youths rampaged through the center of a market town in Hampshire, killing a police constable, disemboweling a police horse, and causing thousands of pounds worth of injury and damage.
But that sort of thing happens all the time, said Angie. How do you know it's the night plague?
Springer folded the paper. Incidents like these may be common in Britain today, my dear, but only 2 or 3 years ago they were almost completely unknown. There were no Rambo-style gunmen, no revenge burnings, no lager louts, as the British call them. And all of these incidents have something interesting in common. None of the perpetrators showed even the slightest degree of remorse. There have been attacks in New York that have been manifestations of the night plague, too. The Wilders in Central Park, who rape and bludgeon innocent women and then express amazement that anybody should care. The increasing number of meaningless assaults on the subway. They were nothing. That's all they ever have to say about their victims. They were nothing. One of the most evil symptoms of the night plague is a total disregard for the lives of others, and in the end, a total disregard for your own life, too. Stanley said, "It's time we put a stop to it, then, before it spreads all over Britain and Europe and all across North America." Springer finished for him, "and before you and Angie start exhibiting the same symptoms." It was then that Stanley realized that Leon was staring at him, a ketchup-dipped French fry forgotten in his fingers.
"Pop,"
he whispered hoarsely,
"do you and Angie have the night plague?"
Stanley swallowed almost half a glass of warm white wine and then looked at Henry for moral support. Henry shrugged. "He has to know, Stanley. It's for his own protection, especially when he's a night warrior. There may be a time when he has to make a life-or-death decision whether to trust you or not." "Well, you've more or less told him now, haven't you?" Stanley retorted. "Leon," Henry began in a gentle voice, The fact of the matter is that we do," Stanley interrupted him. "Angie and I are both infected, and it's getting steadily worse. So if sometimes I start behaving like a different Pop from the Pop you knew," Leon said.
"I never knew you anyway, Pop. Not that much."
But he was only being defensive. "Well, thanks a lot. But what I was trying to tell you is that we're fighting against it, and fighting against it very hard. And when we find Isabel Gowdie, we'll get rid of it forever." Leon regarded his father with dark, unreadable eyes.
"After that," he asked, "are we going to be happy ever after?"
Stanley didn't answer. Springer fished out his fob watch and opened it. "It's time we were getting back. Gordon is coming to the flat at 3 o'clock, and I think we need to make a few plans before we go out tonight." "We're going out tonight?" asked Henry, wiping his mouth with his paper napkin. "I haven't even had time to get myself acclimatized yet." "There won't be time for that, I'm afraid," Springer told him. "Stanley and Angie will help you as much as they can." They paid the check and walked back along Friars Style Road, past art galleries with sporting paintings in the window, and video rental stores, and handsome Victorian houses where televisions flickered. Unconsciously, Stanley and Leon held hands, and then Angie came and held Leon's other hand, and somehow, to Leon, they were more of a family than he and his mom and Uncle Mikey had ever been. Uncle Mikey with his hairy chest and his loud laugh and his 6-packs of Coors Light. And Leon smiled to himself in a way that Stanley couldn't remember having seen him smile before. Henry, standing in the middle of the living room, said, "The way you can see yourselves now, by daylight, is only the faintest reflection of what you will look like in dreams. In dreams, you will become god warriors, immensely powerful, immensely responsive,
and with accumulated knowledge and experience of 7 centuries of night warriors at your disposal." He beckoned to Springer and then added, "Malbessa, Ephis, Keldak, you've already been given some idea of what your armor and your weaponry will look like. Now I'm going to show you mine, and Zasta's too." Springer rested his hand on Henry's shoulder, and gradually they became aware of a low vibration in the room and the pungent smell of burned electricity. Tiny blue sparks began to crawl around Springer's fingers and to form an outline all around Henry's head and shoulders. There was a ballooning sensation in the room, as if the room itself were a spaceship, about to detach itself from the building and rise up slowly into the fog, dripping down sparks as it went. Henry closed his eyes. The air around him began to darken, to form itself into shadows and shapes. Gordon, who was sitting cross-legged in the opposite corner of the room, looked over at Stanley and raised his eyebrows. Stanley nodded and tried unsuccessfully to smile. He was struggling with one of his attacks of irritability again, and an imaginary ticker-tape of ceaseless insults about Henry and his pomposity had been chattering through his mind ever since they had returned to the flat. He didn't even dare to think too much about Gordon. Gordon's wrist was almost completely healed now, and he had regained his strength and his colour, not to mention his strutting BBC radio show's sauciness, and Stanley found it almost impossible to tolerate having him here. "So you helped me in hospital, you faggot, just to make yourself feel more saintly. But I don't want you around now, especially now that Leon's here. People like you are a plague on your own." There was a low, shuddering noise, like somebody shaking a heavy antique closet. Then Henry turned around, and he was wearing the gleaming crimson armour of Kha'Zix the Chargekeeper. Although Stanley didn't know it, Kha'Zix's armour had altered substantially since he had first become a night warrior. It was slabby and angular, as it had always been, but now every surface was covered with rows of radiator-like fins, so that Kha'Zix could gather imaginary solar energy as he walked under the imaginary suns of other people's dreams. His helmet had been modified, too, to include a head-up visual display of the location of every night warrior within a particular dream. Kha'Zix said, "You depend on me to replenish your weapons and your armor. As soon as you feel your power failing, you must return to me as soon as you can for recharging. I myself have no weapons, only the ultimate sanction of discharging all my energy at once, which can create a devastating power wave, but which then makes it impossible for us to escape from whichever dream we happen to be fighting in. We would then be trapped in the dreamer's subconscious until our physical bodies died of malnutrition." Stanley asked, "What happens if the dreamer wakes up while we're still inside his dream, or her dream?" "That's the time to bail out," said Kha'Zix. "But you usually get plenty of warning. The landscape starts to dissolve. The images become unstable. You get a feel for it. You sense a change in pressure, not unlike slowly rising to the surface of a swimming pool. It's possible to remain inside the imagination of a waking person, but it's like a totally grey limbo, until they go back to sleep again and start dreaming. The problem with allowing that to happen is that your physical body remains at the mercy of whoever might happen to find it. Some night warriors have been killed during the day by demons who found their physical bodies sleeping." Kha'Zix beckoned Leon forward and laid his hand on his shoulder. "Now let's see what this young gentleman looks like as Zasta the knife juggler." Leon stood with his hands at his sides and closed his eyes. Kha'Zix said, "Relax, Leon. Everything's going to be fine." Then he closed his own eyes, and energy began to hum through his fingers and etch a fine glowing gold outline all around Leon's head and body. In less than a minute, Leon had been transformed into Zasta the knife juggler. He wore a brilliant golden helmet in the style of a Spanish conquistador, but with a plain gold visor which completely covered his eyes. His breastplate was made of thin curves of golden armor, similar to the flow fences on the wings of airplanes, and he wore shining golden boots, as pliable and as well fitted as the best riding boots, but made of malleable metal. Stanley asked, "Is that visor solid? How does he see?" Kazakh said, "Zasta is as sensitive as a knife-thrower in a circus, who throws knives blindfolded at a woman spinning on a wheel. He sees by psychic power, and when the time comes to use his knives, he sees nothing but his target. Normal vision would be a distraction." He added, "Turn around, Zasta. Show them your weaponry." Zasta did as he was told. On his back was an ingenious and complicated rack of dozens of knife scabbards, and each of these scabbards contained a differently shaped blade. There were long, thin throwing stilettos. There were massive saw-backed bowie knives. There were chives and sticking knives and hook-bladed knives and gutting knives. "How about a little demonstration?" Kazakh suggested. "What can I use as a target?" asked Zasta. He spoke in Leon's voice, but with a new and quite formidable authority. Springer looked around. "The lily picture, if you wish. I was tiring of it anyway." Zasta snapped his head sideways, sized up the lily drawing in less than 2 seconds, and then lifted his right hand. A gold-bladed throwing knife leapt out of its scabbard on its own and somersaulted over his shoulder into his hand. Without any hesitation, Zasta threw it at the picture, and it flashed across the room and hit the narrowest of pencil lines at the very top of the picture. Before any of them had time to appreciate the accuracy of Zasta's throwing, however, another knife jumped over his shoulder like a goldfish skipping out of a pond, and he had thrown that, too, exactly an inch below the first knife and exactly on the pencil line. Without hesitation, a cascade of throwing knives followed until the entire outline of the drawing had been embellished with golden blades. "Looks like the right sort of chap to have on our side," said Gordon. "Bet he'd make a wonderful sushi chef." The hum of psychic energy gradually died away, and Henry and Leon emerged from their armor. Now Springer came forward, fastidiously tugging at his white cambric French cuffs. He seemed distracted and quite abrupt, but it occurred to Stanley that he was not so much irritated with them as worried about them. Ashapola cared for the least of his creatures, for all that he allowed them to choose their own destiny, and to believe in him or not to believe in him, whichever they wished. Ashapola was not an interfering god, but he cared about his creations. "When you go to bed tonight, you will recite 3 times the sacred incantation of Ashapola," said Springer. "This will ensure that, when you fall asleep, your dreaming body will leave your physical body." "What happens if I can't get off to sleep?" asked Angie. "You will, once you have spoken the incantations and emptied your mind of all extraneous thoughts." "What happens if somebody tries to wake me up while I'm away, so to speak?" said Gordon. "I mean, it's quite possible that Jeremy could come back and fancy a cuddle." "For God's sake!" barked Stanley. "There's a 10-year-old boy here, in case you hadn't noticed." "Hey, it's okay, Pop," said Leon. "I know all about gays. We had a gay awareness talk at school." "There's a difference between being aware of them and having to listen to every sordid detail of their love lives," Stanley retorted. "And besides, what the hell is your mother doing, sending you to the kind of school where you talk about nothing but gays and doing it?" "I think Gordon asked a perfectly reasonable question," put in Henry. "The answer is that once your dreaming personality has vacated it, your physical body cannot be woken. That is why it is advisable that you go to sleep in a place where you aren't likely to be disturbed. If you think your friend is going to try to wake you, Gordon,
You should check in at a hotel tonight, or stay here if you prefer it."
"I don't want him staying here," said Stanley. "Not so long as Leon's here, too."
"What the hell's got into you all of a sudden?" Gordon demanded. "I practically saved your sanity after you were attacked. I came and talked to you whenever you called me. I even lost my hand because of you."
Stanley said nothing, but turned away. The bilious hostility which the night plague had aroused in him had begun to subside, and he felt ashamed of himself for what he had said. At the same time, he still wasn't prepared to apologize. He caught Angie looking at him with an expression of sympathy. She understood the struggle that was going on inside him, even if nobody else did. Springer said, quite quietly, "We had better be aware that 2 of our number have been infected by the night plague. Both of them are essential to our task, but there may be times when their judgment and their motivation are not always what they ought to be." He walked across to Stanley and Angie and added, "Whenever you feel yourselves weakening, remember this. Your mortal souls are at stake. You are as close as any human beings can ever be to true damnation."
"Depends what you mean by damnation," said Angie cockily.
Springer looked at her seriously.
"You've seen those boy dogs. You've seen a carrier for yourself. You've seen the inside of Isabel Gowdie's dreams. Imagine living like that forever and ever, without any hope of escaping it."
He turned back to the rest of the night warriors.
"Our first task is to find where Isabel Gowdie is. Once we have done that, Stanley can be rid of his night plague, and we can hunt down her carriers and destroy them, too." "What about Angie and everybody else who's already been infected?" asked Gordon. "There must be thousands already."
Springer said,
"To grow and to take over an individual's whole personality, the night plague virus must be constantly fed by Satan's psychic energy. Satan created the virus, after all, and like any parent, he must feed his children. He does this through the chain of infection and secondary infection. He feeds Isabel Gowdie. Isabel Gowdie feeds her carriers. The carriers feed their primary victims, like you, Stanley, and the primary victims pass on the psychic energy to the secondary victims, like you, Angie."
Springer paused, and then he said,
"All we have to do is break the chain of infection. Destroy Isabel Gowdie, and that will starve the viruses of the energy they need to develop. They will eventually shrivel from sheer malnutrition and die a natural death."
"And that's going to put an end to all of this violence we've been seeing lately?" asked Stanley. "All these riots and random shootings and rapes."
"Not altogether. Even when somebody has been cured of the night plague, his morality remains scarred, just as your face remains scarred after smallpox. But yes, there should be some noticeable improvements, and it shouldn't spread any further."
"So where do we start?" asked Stanley.
"We start in Isabel Gowdie's own dream. We have to. She's been bound in such a way by the night warriors who imprisoned her that she cannot escape from her own dreams into anybody else's dream. Obviously, it will be much more dangerous to fight a witch in her own dream, and she will have her carriers to help her. But there is no alternative. In her own dream is where you will find her, and in her own dream is where you will have to destroy her."
Gordon, rather sulkily, agreed to take a room at the Petersham Hotel, only 100 yards away from Springer's apartment building, down a steeply descending road called Nightingale Lane. Springer refused to involve himself in the conflict between Stanley and Gordon. When Gordon appealed to him to make Stanley see sense, he simply turned away and shrugged. He was nothing but a singing telegram from God Almighty, after all. There was an atmosphere of high tension in the apartment that day. The night warriors scarcely spoke to each other, and at about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, as it was growing dark, Springer retired to his room and closed the door. Leon sprawled on the living room floor, drawing a large, sprawling picture of Napa Airport with coloured pencils, while Angie lay beside him and watched him.
"Here's Jonesy's famous hamburger restaurant," Leon explained, "and here's me coming out of it. Here's Bridgeford Flying Services, and here's me getting into a plane for a flight to the Golden Gate. And here's me being airsick. Look, you can see all the half-chewed hamburger." "Oh, that's nice," said Angie.
She was wearing a very short black designer dress with buttons down the front, and black pantyhose and little black pixie boots, all borrowed from Springer's wardrobe. Although she was watching Leon draw, she kept glancing up at Stanley, who was sitting on the Chinese-French sofa playing draughts with Henry. Stanley was aware that she kept looking at him, but he pretended not to notice. His blood was inflamed enough as it was,